Hello friends, Tony here. With this video I'm going to start a new series about Livewire version 3. And Livewire now is hosted in Laravel.com website. So here I am inside the livewire.laravel.com, and in the documentation we can see the most productive way to build your next web app, powerful dynamic front-end UIs without leaving the PHP. So you don't need to have knowledge about JavaScript or anything else. If you have knowledge about PHP and you learn Livewire, you can build dynamic front-end UIs. Okay, if I scroll down also, we can see from the Taylor Otwell, creator of Laravel, who has said that Livewire takes Blade to the next level. It's basically what Blade should be by default. And also Livewire has everything, so Livewire's mission is to build on the efficiency and joy of building web apps with Laravel and push them to the max. Now, Livewire is a Laravel package, so you will need to have a Laravel application up and running before you can install and use Livewire. Also, if you start a new Laravel application, you can install it with Laravel auth packages, which are Jetstream and Breeze. Both of them has Livewire stack, so you can choose Livewire and you are ready to go. Now, Livewire works by using a technique called server-side rendering. This means that the HTML of your component is generated on the server and then sent to the browser. When a user interacts with the Livewire component, the browser sends an AJAX request to the server with the updated data. The server then re-renders the component and responds with the new HTML. Re-renders not all the component, re-renders only that the HTML is changed. So Livewire then intelligently mutates the DOM according to the things that changed. Okay? This approach has a number of advantages. So faster development. Livewire allows you to build dynamic interfaces without having to write any JavaScript code. So this can save you a lot of time and effort. More efficient code. Livewire components are very efficient, and because they only update the parts of the DOM that have changed, this can lead to significant performance improvements. Also is SEO-friendly. Livewire components are re-rendered on the server, so they are SEO-friendly and is easy to learn. So Livewire is very easy to learn, especially if you already are familiar with Laravel. And that's it, friends, for this intro about Livewire course. Now, if you like such videos and if you like to learn Livewire, Laravel, Filament, and so on, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, and share it with your friends. All the best and see you in the next one. Thank you very much, friends. Hello, friends, Tony here. In this video, I'm going to talk about the installation. And I am inside the Livewire documentation website. I choose installation section. And here we see Livewire is a Laravel package. So you will need to have a Laravel application up and running before you can install and use Livewire. Okay, but as I told you in the previous video, when you create a Laravel project and you want to have authentication system, so we choose to have either Breeze package or Jetstream package. Both of them coming with a Livewire stack. So when you choose Breeze, for example, you can choose Livewire stack, and when you choose Jetstream, you can choose Livewire stack, and then you have automatically the Livewire in your project. Now I have created two projects, one with Breeze with Blade stack and one with Livewire stack. So, and I have named Breeze Blade and Breeze Livewire. And I have choose here to have a Breeze starter kit because I want to test the Livewire and I want to have some links here. Okay, now the Breeze Blade I have opened with VS Code, and here is the Breeze Blade. And if I go now in the composer JSON file, we can see here in the require we don't have the Livewire, but if I open the PHP store, when I have the Breeze Livewire and open the composer JSON, we can see we have here in the require, we have the Livewire version 3. We have also the Livewire Vault, which is a Livewire package, and with the Livewire Vault is created the authentication system. Okay, now let's go and install the Livewire in the Blade version. So I'm going to copy this command. So to install Livewire, open your terminal and navigate to your Laravel application directory, and then run the following command. Okay, so let's copy this, and that's it really. So we just need to run this command and we are ready to go. So let's open the VS Code here in the Breeze Blade, open the terminal, and I'm going to paste that command. Hit enter. Let's close now and let's open the composer JSON again, and we can see we have Livewire version 3 here. Good. Let's close, and now what I want to do is let's open the PHP store, and here I'm going to open the resources, views, welcome Blade, and here we have this if the route has login, is going to add the Livewire welcome navigation. It's going to add this component. And if I open the Livewire, we have welcome directory here, and we have the navigation blade. So if I click here, we have the links. So anchor tag with the href, with some classes, but what I want to show you, if I go at the end, we have also this wire navigate attribute in all the links here. What this does, so if I open now the projects, both of them, Breeze Blade test, and if I click the login, as you can see, we have this reloading because this is a Blade stack. But if I choose in the Breeze Livewire to go to login, as you can see, it's immediately navigate, so it's kind of a single page application. And this wire navigate doing that. But if I copy this wire navigate and paste in our Breeze Blade, what you think is going to happen? So let's see. Let's open the VS Code, and here inside the resources, views, I'm going to open the welcome, and here we see if the route has login, and here we use the auth. So if the user is authenticated, it's going to show just the dashboard link, otherwise the login and register. But in here we don't have that wire navigate. So let's add in here the wire navigate, and also I'm going to add in the register link. Okay, so now we added the wire navigate in the login and register. Save that, and now if I come here and refresh, let's say login, but again we have also register, we have a reloading, so it's not working. And that's it, because if I go now to Livewire and let's scroll down, when you see manually including Livewire's front-end assets, by default, Livewire injects the JavaScript and CSS assets it needs into each page that includes Livewire component. Okay, so in each page that includes Livewire component, but in our project, in the welcome, we don't have a Livewire component, so for that it's not working this wire navigate. So we need to have a Livewire component, or we can add them manually. So if you want more control over this behavior, you can manually include the assets on page using the following Blade directives. And if we choose that, we can copy this, and also in the welcome Blade, and inside the head, I'm going to add after the styles, the Livewire styles, and also the Livewire scripts. So copy that, and let's scroll down at the end. I'm going to add the Livewire scripts. If I save this and go back to home page, refresh, just in case. Now if I click login, yeah, we have immediately navigate the login page. So now the wire navigate is working, and also the register the same thing. So we have Livewire in our project, and we don't have a Livewire component. But if we don't want to add them, so the Livewire scripts and also the Livewire styles, so remove them and we don't add it manually, what we can do is to create a Livewire component and paste that Livewire component in the welcome blade, and it's going to work. And that's what we're going to do in the next video. That's it all about this video. Now, if you like such videos, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best, and thank you very much, friends. So friends, Tony here. In the previous video, I added in this login and register link in the blade, Breeze blade. So if I open the project, this wire navigate, and I also added in the blade the Livewire styles and Livewire scripts to work this wire navigate. But I removed them and right now it's not working. So if I click here, we have a reloading here. And I said now we need to have the Livewire component inside this welcome blade to work with this wire navigate without passing the Livewire styles and Livewire scripts manually here in the welcome. Okay, and that's what I'm going to do in this video. So I'm going to talk about the components, and if you go to the Livewire essentials, here we have a component section. Components are the building blocks of your Livewire application, and they combine state and behavior to create reusable pieces of UI for your front end. Now, creating components. A Livewire component is simply a PHP class that extends Livewire component, and you can create component files by hand or using the following artisan command. So PHP artisan make : Livewire and the name of the component. So let's open the VS Code, and I'm going to open the terminal here. I have run the npm run dev, so I'm going to open a new one here. And let's say PHP artisan make : Livewire and then the name of the component. So we can say, for example, I'm going to say auth navigation. Or you can use a kebab case name. So instead of something like this, if you prefer, you can say auth -navigation. Hit enter, and congratulations, you created your first Livewire component. Let's clean this and let's close. Now, after running this command, the Livewire will create 2 new files in your application. The first will be the component class file, which is inside the app directory. And here we have the Livewire directory. In here we have now the auth navigation class file for our component. In the version 2, the Livewire directory was inside the HTTP, but right now in version 3, we have inside the app. Okay, and the second will be the component blade view, which is inside the views Livewire, and here we have the auth navigation. Inside the class component file, we have this public function render, which return the view, the same thing we have also in the Laravel controller. So returning the view and passing here the path of the blade file, in this case livewire.auth-navigation. And I see I have make a typo here, but anyway. Now if you don't like that, because I prefer another way, so instead of auth-navigation, for example, you may use a namespace syntax. So let's clean this. You may use a namespace syntax or a dot notation to create your components in subdirectories. What I mean is, instead of auth navigation like this, I want this component to be inside the auth directory and the name of the component to be navigation. So for that, I'm going to use a dot notation, auth.navigation like this, or if you want, you can use the namespace syntax, so / like this, but I prefer the dot notation, auth.navigation. Now hit enter, and here we have the class file is going to be inside the app Livewire auth directory, and the navigation is going to be the name of the file. The blade is going to be inside the Livewire auth directory also, with the navigation blade name. Okay, so here now inside the Livewire we have the auth directory, and here is the navigation blade, which have this public function render and return the view. Now here we pass the component path, so livewire.auth.navigation. Okay, and inside the views Livewire we have auth here, auth directory, and the navigation blade. Now to render the component, if I open the Breeze Livewire, we saw in the previous video, here is how we can render the Livewire component. So using this Livewire colon and passing the path. So using the dot notation, the same when we create it. So I'm going to copy this here and open the VS Code in the welcome now. Here instead of the HTML, I'm going to close this and replace with this one. So if the route has login, say Livewire, now instead of welcome navigation, I'm going to use the auth navigation, okay? So the component we created. Not welcome, but just change this to be auth, and we are okay. Now if I open here the project and refresh, we have unable to find component auth.navigation, and that's it because I have made the typo here. So let's delete one more time this and open the terminal and create new one, but just say auth.navigation like this. Hit enter, and now we are okay. And if I open the browser, yeah, we don't have the error, but we don't see anything here. Okay, let's go in this Livewire auth navigation blade, and here I'm going to replace this with the text, just to say h1, and I'm going to say welcome, for example. Save this. We don't see here this one, but yeah, as you can see, here is the welcome. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this navigation HTML we have in the Breeze Livewire. So copy that and replace what we have in the navigation blade in our Breeze blade with this one. So I just paste the links instead of creating manually. And now if we see, if I refresh here, we have the login and register. And if I click the login now, as you can see now, immediately we go to login and we don't have that reloading. The same for register. So let's go back and let's refresh. Okay. Now if I open the VS Code again and let's navigate in this class. So in the Livewire auth navigation, here we have the render, but we can, because we have the same name as the class here, we can remove this. And if I save that, we don't have nothing. But if I come here and refresh, as you can see, we have the login and register here. Livewire will use its own underline render method, which returns a view with the conventional name corresponding to your component. Okay, so because we have the navigation class and the name of the blade also is navigation, is going to work. Otherwise, if you have a different file to return here, you can leave this render method. And I leave all the way. So now Livewire components have properties that store data and can be easily accessed within the components class and blade view. So to add a property to Livewire component, we need to declare a public property in your component class. So here in the class, so let's say, for example, here, public, and let's say just $name, which is going to be equal with, and I'm going to say code with Tony, like this. Now if I save and let's open the navigation blade. So in the Livewire we have auth and navigation blade. Now components properties, so the property name we have in the class, are automatically made available to the components blade view, and you can reference it using a standard blade syntax. So to display, for example, the name, we add it in the navigation class, $name. So I'm going to say up here, let's say h1, and double curly braces, use a $ name, and save. If I come here now and refresh, as you can see, we have this code with Tony up here. And if I change in the navigation, so code with Tony ... save, come here and refresh, we have the code with Tony ... here. Now, in addition to access properties from the view, we can pass data to the view from the render method, the same we have added, for example, to Laravel controller. If I come here and let's copy this string, and I'm going to remove now the name here, and I'm going to say here with, okay, add an array and specify, for example, name, and I'm going to pass the code with Tony, and we have the same thing. If I save, come here and refresh, we have the code with Tony without ... and if I type now ... here, save, come here and refresh, now we have the code with Tony ... here. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how we can use the components in Livewire. And if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best and thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video, let's take a look at the properties and actions in Livewire. So if you go to Livewire documentation, in the essentials, we have properties and actions. And we talked about properties a little bit in the previous video. So properties store and manage data inside your Livewire components. So they are defined as public properties and component classes and can be accessed and modified on both server and client side. Also here we have now initializing properties, so you can set initial values for properties within your components mount method. So once we have an example here, public to-dos, which is equal with an empty array, to-do with empty string, and then we have the mount method and set this to-dos, which is an empty array, to be equal without user to-dos. So we get the to-dos of the authenticated users. Now let's open the project. I have removed that name we had in the previous video. So if I open the VS Code and let's open the navigation blade inside the resources views Livewire auth. So here we had the $name, and if I refresh, yeah, it is, but I removed that. Let's save, let's close, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the welcome blade, and here I'm going to copy or cut this and select all and remove, and I'm going to say I'm going to use the X guest layout here because it's going to be more clean, and then paste this if the route has login Livewire auth navigation. Let's save and let's see now if I refresh here. Here's the login and register, and let's zoom it a little bit. And I'm going to create a new component to work with the properties. So let's say PHP artisan make Livewire, and I'm going to name it tasks. Hit enter. Now we have the PHP class in the Livewire tasks, app Livewire tasks, and the blade in the views Livewire tasks. Okay, let's close, and first of all I'm going to render that component in here in the welcome. So let's say first a div, and in this div I'm going to render that. So Livewire, not auth, but tasks, and I'm going to close. If I save and refresh, right now nothing changed. But if I open the tasks blade, okay, and let's change something here. So for example, I'm going to say h1 and just say tasks here. If I save now, as you can see, here is the tasks. Okay. Now let's see the example with the mount. I'm going to open also the tasks class. and this is going to be in this tab and the blade in this tab. Okay, so let's create here a public property to be $sign tasks and equal with an empty array, and then a public task equal with an empty string. And now let's create that mount method. And in here, with a dub9, we get this task to be equal with app model tasks, but we don't have that. We don't have the database yet with these projects, but I'm going to create a project and create also the database for that. For now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say these tasks to be equal with an array. And for example, let's say a first task, second task, and let's close. If I save, and let's see on the browser, yeah, nothing changed now. What I'm going to do in here, I'm going to display the tasks. So tasks is an array, and to display here, I'm going to add a UL, and then I'm going to make a for each. Tasks as $sign task, and here let's say li and display a single task. If I save, as you can see here, we have first task and second task. So on mount, we initialize this task with this array. Okay, now let's go here and let's scroll down. Also, we have also data binding. So Livewire supports two-way data binding through the wire model HTML attribute. Now, if you have worked with Vue.js, is the same as Vue.js vModel. This allows you to easily synchronize the data between component properties and HTML inputs, so keeping your user interface and component state in sync. And let's use the wire model directive to bind the to-do property. So in this example, we have something like this. We have this method. So if I open actions in here, Livewire actions are methods on your component that can be triggered by front-end interactions like clicking a button or submitting a form, and they provide the developer experience of being able to call a PHP method directly from the browser, so allowing you to focus on the logic of your application without getting bogged down or writing a boilerplate code connecting your application from front-end and back-end. And you can see an example here. For example, here we have save method and post create, so on. Now let's copy this. We're going to copy the input and also the button and paste it in here. So after the h1, I'm going to paste that in. I'm going to remove the placeholder and not to do here, but I'm going to use the task properties because here we have task in our case. And here I'm going to say just add, and let's add some classes. So class the BBG indigo, for example, 500 and P2, I'm going to say. If I save this and let's see the browser, yeah, we have something like this, and refresh. Yeah. Okay. Now we added the wire model task, which is this task here. Now anything we type here is going to be in this task, and let's use the add method. So I'm going to copy what we have in this one and paste it right here. Not to-dos, but it's going to be, in our case, tasks, and also this task here. And I'm going to remove for now this one, and let's save. So we have a button with a wire click directive, and when we click to this button, we are going to call this add method when we have here. This add method now is going to say this tasks array. In this array, we're going to add also the task we have in here, which is going to be what we put in the input. So let's see in the action. If I refresh, and let's say a third task, for example, And if I hit enter, now we have a third task here. But as you can see, this third task is remaining, and if I say ... enter, yeah, we have here and it's remaining. Now, in this example, we had this to do to be equal with an empty string, so it's going to reset the state. And let's do also in our example. So let's say this task equal with an empty string. If I save now, and let's refresh, and let's say third task again, hit enter. We have the third task, but we don't clean the input. And that's it, because if I open, here we are in the welcome, and we use this guest layout. And if I open that, so guest blade, in here we have with passing the app CSS and app.js. And if I open the app.js, we have imported here the Alpine from Alpine.js, and we say window Alpine to be equal with Alpine and Alpine start. But as I told you in the previous video, the Livewire version 3 injects automatically the Alpine with the Livewire, so we don't need to import the Alpine also here. For that we have this error. So if I comment this and save, and now if I refresh, let's say third task again, and if I hit enter, now we have third task and we clean the input because we use this task to be equal with an empty string. Also, Livewire provides a reset method that accepts one or more property names and reset their values to their initial state. So instead of this task to be equal with an empty string, we can say this reset and pass here the property name. So for example, task, but if you have more, you can add also more there. If I save and refresh again, say third task, add here, and yeah, we have third task and we clean the input. Now if you go to actions and let's scroll down, we have event listeners. So Livewire supports a variety of event listeners, allowing you to respond to various types of user interactions. So here we have a listener and descriptions, and let me zoom it. So wire click, what we added in our project. In task, we have wire click. This triggered when an element is clicked. We have wire submit, is triggered when a form is submitted. So let's do that. Instead of wire click, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to cut and paste this in a form. So I'm going to say form, and paste that input a button. And now in this form, I'm going to say wire : submit to be equal, and say add here. If I save, come here and refresh, and let's say test, for example, hit enter. Now we have test here. So we worked with wire submit. Also we have a wire key down, is triggered when a key is pressed down. Key up, wire key up, triggered when a key is released. We have also wire mouse enter. So let's use this, copy and move back this one. And instead of wire click, I'm going to say mouse enter. And if I save and see one more time here, refresh, just say test. And now if I enter the mouse in the button, it's going to add this, okay? And whatever text follow after the wire : will be used as the event name of the listener. Now also here we have listening for specific keys. So wire key down, enter. Example here, wire key down, shift, enter. And below is a list of all the available key modifiers. So shift, enter, space, control, CMD, meta, and so on. You can read more in the documentation. Also event handle modifiers. So Livewire also includes helpful modifiers to make a common event handling tasks trivial. So for example, wire keydown.prevent, and prevent is equivalent of calling .prevent default. We have stop window outside document and so on also here, and you can read more in the documentation of Livewire. Now that's it all about this video I wanted to show you. If you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to create the database for a project. I'm going to create tasks, model, and migration. I'm going to create also enums for our project because we need enums. So let's open the VS Code. And in here, first of all, I'm going to open the terminal and create the model and migration by saying php artisan make :model, hit enter, give it the name. For me is task. Now for here, I want only the migration and hit enter. Let's clean this and let's open that migration. So tasks migration, and what I'm going to add in tasks, I'm going to add first the user ID. So let's say $table to be virgin for the user class. Like this, and then add the title, add the description, which is going to be not string, but let's say text for description. I'm going to copy this and paste for the, also I'm going to add the slug here. So title slug description. Next, I'm going to add a status, and for status we will need to have a enum. Also, I'm going to create table string for the priority. So let's say priority here, and then a date for the deadline. And I think we are okay. So user ID, title, slug, description, status, priority, and deadline. Now for status and priority, I'm going to use enums, and let's save this. Let's close, and let's open now the model. So the task model. And let's say for now just protected, and close this one. Now we have title, slug, description, status. Also we have priority and a deadline, and I think we are okay. Now let's create also the relationship. So user, which is going to be belongs to relationship, and return this belongs to user class. Okay, save. Also let's open the user model to create the relationship for that. So here I'm going to say public function tasks, which is going to be has many relationship, and return this has many tasks. Save. Close also this one, close this one, and now in the .env file, by default we have this breeze blade database, and I have created that. So if you want, you can create the database with this name or create whatever you like. And come here, clean, and let's say php artisan migrate, and I'm going to say fresh. Okay, clean this, and let's open now the browser. Here we are. If I refresh, let's go to register. I'm going to use fake filler here, and let's say register, and yeah, we return in dashboard. Now let's open and let's create enums. So in the app, I'm going to create a new directory and say enums, and in here I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to say status type.php, is going to be for the status enum. And first of all, let's say PHP here. We need to add a namespace, which is going to be app /enums. Okay, like this. And now let's create that. So let's say enum here, and the name is going to be status type. Now this is going to return a string. So let's say something like this. And for the status type, we have not open, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to say started. Like this. And also started like this. In progress is okay. Just say underscore in progress here and done. Good. Now let's save this, and let's save also as not status type, but priority type. So priority type, and for the priority to say low, and also low here. In here I'm going to say normal. And normal also here. And the last one is high. Okay, and high here. And I think we are okay with the structure. So we created the model, migration, enums, and we created the database. And that's it for this video. Just to set up the project for what we need, and I see you in the next one to work with Livewire. Okay, see you there. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with migration, with a model. We created the relationship between the user and the task, and also we created 2 enums. And now in this video I'm going to start and work again with Livewire. Here I am in the dashboard, and we can create a component for the tasks and add it here in the dashboard directly, but I prefer to have a URL for tasks. For example, to have tasks like this, and if we go there, we navigate the task and work with tasks. And it's going to be a single file. So in that file, in this file, we're going to have the form, also we're going to display the tasks and so on. Okay, so let's get started. What I want to show you also is I have removed the component we had before, and for that I'm going to create a new one. So let's open the terminal, and let's say in a new one, because I had the npm running. So let's say php artisan make livewire and the name. Now here I'm going to create in the tasks directory. For that I have removed the first component. So let's say tasks and use the dot notation. And here I'm going to say task or tasks index page and hit enter. Now we have the class inside the app livewire tasks directory, and then the tasks index class, and the blade inside the views livewire tasks directory tasks-index blade. Okay. Now, as I said, we can add here that component, but I prefer to have the URL. For that, if you go to the Livewire documentation, when we have components, we have a section for full page components. So Livewire allows you to assign components directly to a route in your Laravel application. Those are called full page components. You can use them to build standalone pages with logic and views. So the same we have with invocable controllers. And here is the example. So to create full page component, define a route in your routes web file and use the route get method to map the component directly to a specific URL. So route get, for example, post create, and use the create post, which is a Livewire component. So let's do that. Let's come here and let's open the web routes. And I want to add it here in the middleware auth in this group, because we need to be authenticated in order to create tasks, because the task belongs to the user. So let's do that. Let's say route ::get, and for example / tasks I'm going to say, and I'm going to use the tasks index class and give it the name, for example tasks index, like this. Hit save. Now if we navigate the /tasks, hit enter, we have this error. So Livewire page component layout view not found, because the Livewire is going to look for the components layouts app. And of course, if you go here also, we have here layouts file. So remember that full page components will use applications layout typically defined in the resources, views, components, layouts app.date.php file. But we don't have there. We have inside the layouts, not in the components. We have directly in the layouts app. For that, let's open this task index, and when we return, we can also say here, we can change the layout method and say, for example, here, specify the layouts.app is the path or layout in this case, and let's save this. And now, if I come here and refresh, yeah, everything works. And let's open this file. And just I'm going to say here for now h1 and say tasks. Okay, let's save this. And yeah, here's the task. Okay, now let's do one more thing. Let's go to layouts, navigation. And here when we have the dashboard, I'm going to copy this and add one more for the tasks. So let's say route to be tasks.index. And here I'm going to say tasks. Tasks index not find. Yeah, we have tasks plural here, and now we have tasks here. Okay. As I said, in this page we're going to have the form, the list of tasks, and so on. So let's add a form in this video quickly. So when we have a task index, okay, so here I added the title, slug, description, and status. And so what we have also the priority. So let's just copy this div here and add down there for the priority. So not country, but let's say priority. And also up here, I'm going to say status. And now we have status and priority. We have description, slug, and the title. Now, for the status and priority, we need to render the status from the enums. For that, I have created the enums. So let's say make a for each and use \up \enums \, and we are in the priority. So let's use the priority type, and we need the cases. This is going to be as, let's say, $priority. And here, option to be with a value, and the value is going to be $priority. Now, for the value, we're going to get the value, and for the display here, let's remove this one. To display, we need to get the name. Okay, and I think we need to close this. And let's save this. Okay, and yeah, we have class priority type not found, app enums. So app enums priority type. Let's go up oh no, I have make a typo. So let's rename priority type. Okay. And let's refresh now. Again, we have priority. Yeah, we need to change also here to be priority. Type to be string. Okay. And why we have public const here? Anyway, we need to say case here. And let's see also the status. Status, we have status type string, and also here we need to say case. And I think we are okay. Let's go to tasks. Cases as priority name, and refresh. And yeah, we have now low here, normal and high. Good. Let's do the same for the status. Let's copy this and paste it here. Just change the priority to be status type like this, and also as status like this. Save. And now we have started, in progress, and done. And also low, normal, and high. And that's it about this video, friends. In the next video, we are going to talk about the form. So if you scroll down, we have covered the properties, components, and actions. Now we need to talk about forms. Okay, so that is going to be in the next video. I hope you enjoy and see you there. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video, let's create a new task for our project. So here is the form. I added also the deadline because I had forgot. And let's open the tasks index date just to show you where is the deadline. And yeah, just the input with a wire model, deadline, and type date. Okay. Now if you go to Livewire documentation and forms, here we have an example with the create post component. And we need to define the properties for our form. So in our case, we need the title, slug, description, status, priority, and the deadline in the class component. So let's open the tasks index class. Okay, so here let's create public $title, then public slug. Also for the description, we have status, priority, and public for the deadline, public $deadline, like this. So we defined the properties all. Then we have this save method. So we need to create this save method to create a new task. And here we have a return this redirected post with a status, but in our case, because we are going to have a single page to create the tasks and also to render them, we don't need to redirect. So let's come here and let's create the save method. So method save is suggesting to validate, but for now I'm not going to validate that. Just let's go and do the same as we have here, create the task. And because the task needs the user ID, it is going to belong to the user, I'm going to save that task to the user's tasks. Okay, so we can say authenticated user like this, auth user, and call the tasks relationship, so tasks. And now I'm going to say create. And here let's say the same we had in the example. So this only, and what we have in here. So title, description, status, priority, and the deadline. Okay, now if I save that, and If we scroll down here in the example, we have the wire submit, save. So let's open our tasks and see the form also. I added the wire submit, save. And also we have wire model title and slug and so on. So as you can see, we are binding the public title and other properties in the form above using the wire model, and this is one of the most commonly used and powerful features of Livewire. Now we are using also the wire submit to capture the submit event when the save button is clicked and invoking the save action, and this action will persist the form input to the database. And now, because we need to be in the same page, we just need to reset the properties. But for now, let's just try if we can create a task. Okay, so let's come here and refresh. And I'm going to use a fake filter and say submit. Nothing happened, but let's open the table plus and refresh and see in the tasks. Now we have this task with the user ID, and let's create one more. So I'm going to refresh this, use a fake filter and say submit. Okay, nothing happened, but if I come here and refresh, as you can see now, we have the task ID 2 and user ID 3 because it's belonging to this one, and we have the deadline, status in progress, priority is high, and so on. Now, as I said, let's also reset the properties. So after we create the task, we can say $ this, and I want to reset, and I'm going to leave it blank here to reset all of the properties we have in our tasks index. Now if I save that and try, so refresh and use the fake filter again, let's say submit. Now, as you can see, it's cleaning, and of course, if I open the table plus and refresh, yeah, we have a new tasks with ID 3 here. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video. Now, in next video, we need to add validation, because right now, if I see submit, yeah, we have column title cannot be null and so on. We need to add validation. And also we can extract the form. So if you call the forms, we have extracting a form object. And we are going to take a look also to this one. Okay, I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a videos, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now, right now we need to add validation because our form doesn't have. So if I click in the submit button without typing the title, slug, or the description, we're going to have the error. So if I click now here, yeah, the column title cannot be null, and to avoid storing incomplete or dangerous user input, most forms need some sort of input validation. And the Livewire makes validating your forms as simple as adding the rule attribute above the properties you want to be validated. So for example, if I open the VS Code here in our project, we have the public title. What we need to validate this title is just adding the attribute rule. So let's say rule like this, and we need to import the rule. So let's import that from the Livewire attributes rule. Okay, import that rule, and now we need to specify the rule. So in our case, I'm going to say just required right now. Now by adding this rule, and if I click in here, nothing is going to change, because yeah, we are going to have the column cannot be null, because we need to call the validate method in the save method. Okay, so here we can say $this validate as is suggesting us. And now if I save that and refresh and hit submit, nothing changed, so we don't have that error. But we need to display the error, so we need to modify the blade of our form. And let's open the tasks index. Here when we have the title, we can say let's add a div, and in this div I'm going to add something like this. If we have the error for the title, add the span with class text red 500, and maybe I'm going to say also text to be small, and display the message. Now if I save that, so by adding this div with the error now, and because also we added in the class that rule required, if I refresh and say submit, the title field is required. And if I specify also one more rule, for example, to be minimum of 5 characters, I'm going to say, and if I save and type something here, but less than 5 characters, so for example, I'm going to add only 3 characters, and say submit, the title field must be at least 5 characters. Okay, and let's do the same for others. So for title, so I'm going to add also the same for the slug. Now for the description is going to be minimum of 20 or 200 is better, but I'm not going to add 200 characters. And also the status and the priority and the deadline. Now for the status, we don't need a min 5. Is going to be required. Also the priority is going to be required, and the deadline is going to be only required. What I need is, so let's save this first, and I'm going to open the task model and add casts for our status, priority, and the deadline. So let's open the task model, and after the fillable, I'm going to say protected casts, and let's close this and add here the deadline, which is going to be date, then the priority and the status, not integer, but we are going to add the enums. So the priority is going to be priority type class. So let's say priority type, and the same also for the status. So let's say status type class. And now we are okay with the task. Let's go here. Also we are okay with the validation, and let's refresh. Let's say submit. We have the title field is required. Let's add also the errors in the blade for all. So I'm going to copy this div and just change the title. So for example, here we have the slug. Let's paste it here and change this to be slug. For the description, also to be description, and so on. You can skip this. Okay, so I added for all of them. Now let's come here and refresh, and let's say submit. And we have all the errors, but as you can see, we have tasks here and tasks here. So let's do that also, where we have this task. So I'm going to remove and maybe add some classes to this one. So text to be to Excel and font to be semi-bold. And let's save. Yeah, now we have tasks here with title and so on. But now, as I told you in the previous video, let's extract the form object. So if you are working with a large form and prefer to extract all of its properties, validation logic, etc. into a separate class, Livewire offers the form object. And form objects allow you to reuse the form logic across components and provide a nice way to keep your component class cleaner by grouping all form related code in a separate class. So if you want this task index in this example to be more clean, to remove all the logic for the form here, we can create the form object. Now to create a form object, let's open the terminal, and here I have the npm run dev. In this one, I'm going to clean and I'm going to say PHP artisan. Now to create a form, we need to say Livewire : for and give it the name. In this case, I'm going to say task 4. Just specify correctly, hit enter, and inside the app Livewire forms, now in the forms directory, we have this task form class created successfully. Let's close this, and in the Livewire we have a forms directory, and here is the task 4. Let's move now the logic of the form in this one. Let's go to the task index and let's copy all of the properties. Let me scroll up, and yeah, we have title, priority, and the deadline. Cut them and come here and paste it in the form. And now in the task index, we remove that. What we need to do is to inject the form. So we can say public task form to be $4. And here we say this validate, okay, then auth user task create, and not this only the title, because the title is not now inside here, but we can say, so let's say $this for all. We can say it like this. Let's save also. Right now, if I open here and refresh, and let's say submit, as you can see, nothing happened, because in tasks index, we need to make some changes also. Now we say wire model title, but we don't have the title in the tasks index. We have that in the form, and we injected the form as $4. For that, we need to say here wire model for dot title. Now, if you have worked with Vue.js and you have defined the form with all properties the same, we have also here form dot title using the dot notation, and let's copy that and do the same also for the error and for the others. Okay, so I added the form to all of them, the form dot deadline and so on, and let's come and refresh. Now if I click submit, yeah, we have the title field is required and all of them. Refresh again. Let's use the fake filter here to see if we can create the task, and also let's open the table plus and see on the tasks. Refresh, we have only 3. Now if I click submit, nothing changed, but if I come here and refresh, we have a new task, as you can see. Okay, good. Now as you can see, it's not cleaning the inputs, because in task index we say this reset, but here is not going to reset anything because we don't have the properties in this task. We have them in the task 4. So what we can do, we can say this for our reset. And now if I save that and come here and refresh, fake filter again, submit, Yeah, we need to add more characters in the description. And let's submit again. And now it's clean the input. And also, if I open here and refresh, we have a new task. Now also we can extract the creation logic in the form object. So this one, for example, we can cut this, go to the task form, and here, let's say, create the method. And I'm going to say create task and paste this logic, but not this form all, just this all, we can say. Save this, and then in the task index here on the save, we can call that. We can say this validate, and then also this form, not save, but we have here create task. So let's copy that and paste it here. And let's try now. Refresh. I use the fake filler. Submit is cleaning. And of course, if I come here and refresh, we have a new task. Okay, friends? And I think now we have more clean task index. So we just inject the form. We create the method save. And in this method, we just say this validate this form and calling the create task, and then this form reset, and that's it. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video. Now, if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video, I'm going to show a loading indicator and a flash message when we create a task, because right now we don't see if that task is created. If I use fake filler here and say submit, yeah, we see that this is clean, but if the task is created or not, we don't know. We don't have a flash message also when we click. So if I inspect the element, and let's go to network, and in the network, I'm going to select the slow 3G, okay? And let's use the fake filler again. Here is the submit button. If I click, take a look, if I click more than one time, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you can see, only one request is made. By default, Livewire will automatically disable submit buttons and mark inputs as read-only while the form is being submitted, so preventing the user from submitting the form again while the first submission is being handled. However, it can be difficult for user to detect this loading state. So if we refresh and hit again, yeah, we have an error here, but we cannot see that is disabled or not. For that, I'm going to show a loading indicator in our project. And if you go to Livewire documentation, we have this wire : loading HTML attribute. And we're going to use this to show a loading indicator, or you can say, for example, saving task or what you like. So let's zoom it a little bit just for you to show and to read more clearly. Livewire provides a simple yet extremely powerful syntax for controlling loading indicators, which is the wire : loading. So adding wire loading to any element will hide it by default, using display none in CSS, and show it when a request is sent to the server. So when the request is sent, it's going to show. And here we have an example. When a user press save, the save post message will appear below the button while the save action is being executed. The message will disappear when the response is received from the server and processed by Livewire. Okay, so let's close this and let's open the VS Code. Here I have the button, which is this one, and I have made some changes. Now I'm going to paste here a div with an SVG, which is a loading SVG, and also a span with class str only saying loading here. Now if I save this, as you can see, here's the loading state. Now let's use that wire loading, wire call loading HTML attribute, and this one is going to display when we send a request. Okay, so right now, as you can see, it's not displaying. And let me inspect the element, go again to network and slow 3G, and let's use fake filler. If I click submit, here's the loading, and yeah, now it's closed. We updated, so the task is created, and that's its height. Okay, so this is how we can show the loading indicator in our project with Livewire. Very easy, just by using this wire loading. Okay, next thing, let's work with the flash message. And for flash messages, I'm going to open also the class, so the task index class. And here, when we create a task, also we can go in here and we can say a request helper method. So calling a request helper method, and yeah, we have something like this, which is suggested for us. So request, then we change the session helper method and use a flash. And in this flash method, inside the flash method, we can add two arguments. So the first one is going to be the name. For example, here we have success, or we can say something else. And the second is going to be the message itself. So let's say, for example, task created, or yeah, task created successfully. Okay, now if I save this, it's not going to show anything right now, because we need to go also in the task index and maybe up here when we have a form. So in here, I'm going to paste the code. Also, you can go and copy this from the flow byte. So we check here if we have a session with a success. So the same we return from task form, display this div, and here we have a success alert because I just copy from the flow byte. But let's say, for example, task created. And if I save that, also we need to close this span and save this. And now refresh. Yeah, nothing happened. But if I click the fake filler and submit, yeah, as you can see, task created. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how to show the loading indicator in our project, and also a flash message when we create a new task. So now when we let's also use inspect elements for the last time and choose slow 3G, select fake filler, and I'm going to zoom it here out, zoom out, just to see the old form, also to see that flash message. If I click submit, we have loading state, and then we have task created. So what we need in our project in most cases. Now, if you like such a videos, friends, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video, I'm going to display the tasks belong to this user, so to the authenticated user. And if I open again the Livewire documentation, let's take a look again at forms, because we have something we need to cover. So forms here, and we have worked with forms, but also we can see we have this live updating fields, only updating fields on Blur, and also the real-time validation. So by default, Livewire only sends a network request when the form is submitted or any other action is called, not while the form is being filled out. So, for example, if you want to make sure that the title input is synchronized with the $sign title property on the backend as the user types, which means as we type in here. So if I refresh, if you want to synchronize this input with the $sign property we have in the task form, you may add the .live modifier to wire model. Okay, so here we have an example of wire model.live modifier. And now as a user types into this field, the network request will be sent to the server to update the $sign title. And this is useful for things like a real-time search, where a dataset is filtered as a user types in a search box. And let's do that. Let's open the tasks index, and here, or before that, let's inspect the element, refresh, and let's go to network, and I'm going to clean this. And if we type here, nothing is going to change, so we are not sending a request. But if we add the .live modifier on wire model, so it's title, the form title, and now let's refresh that, let's clean, and if we type here, as you can see, it's going to send the request as we type here. And also let me show you in here, if I display, for example, $sign form title, and let's close this, we don't need that. Now here it's empty, but if we type, as you can see, here's the title is going to update as we type. Okay, let's remove. So that was the live updating. Also we have the updating fields on blur. Okay, so here we have the blur. So for most cases, the .live is fine for real-time form field updating. However, it can be overly network resource intensive on text inputs. So if instead of sending network request as the user types, you want to instead only send the request when a user taps out of the text input, also referred to as blurring on input. And you can use the .blur modifier instead. So here we have an example. Now the component class on the server won't be updated until the user presses tab or clicks away from the text input. And let's see, let's come here, inspect the element, go to the network and change the .live to .blur. Now if I save, okay, let's clean. Okay, so let's type something, and as you can see, it's not sending a request yet. When we click outside of this input, so if I click to this slug now, it's going to send that request. So only when we click outside. Also we have this real-time validation, and we saw that if we use that live again and save, let's come here and refresh again, and if we type 1, yeah, we have the title field must be at least 5 characters, and if we type more than 5, it's going to remove the validation. So that is the real-time validation. And now let's display all the tasks belong to this user. For that, I'm going to open the tasks index, and here, when we return the view, I'm going to add also tasks belong to this user. So I'm going to say tasks, not this form tasks, but it's going to be authenticated user, and chain the tasks relationship. Okay, like this. Let's go here, and here now I'm going to paste the code which is ready for you. So for each task as a task, here we have the anchor tag with href, some classes, and a div. So if I save this, yeah, here's the list. Okay, let's also add to this one my of 4, and yeah, like this. Now what we need is, here is the title 2021, and we need to display the task title. Then we need to display the deadline. So let's say here $task deadline, and I'm going to say to be div for humans, div for humans, and also here we need to display the description. So $task description like this, and here we are. Now 1 week from here, so we need some design here, and I'm going to do in behind the scenes also for the form, but that's it, the idea. So if I go and add new one, so let's say first task, and let's submit. Here is the first task. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. Now don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to create 2 components. One is going to be the logic for the form, so I'm going to move the form in that component, and another one for the list of tasks. As you can see, I have made some changes in the form and also on the card for lists, and you can find them in the GitHub repository. So if you go to github.com and navigate the code with Tony official /livewire-version 3-tutorial. This is the repository for this project, so you can find all the code there, all the changes I made. Okay, I'm going to close this. And now if I open here, in the task index, we have a bunch of code here, so let's see. So I'm going to move this, the form component, and this one, the list component. Let's open the terminal, and here I'm going to say PHP artisan make :livewire and the name of the component, but I want the component to be inside the tasks directory. So I'm going to say tasks.list, or we can say task-list here. If I hit enter, okay, now we have the class to be inside the tasks directory and task list PHP, and the blade to be in the tasks directory and task-list blade. Now let's create one more for the form, and I'm going to make it to say tasks for. Okay, the same thing. Now let's close this, and as I told you, I'm going to move the logic here. Just copy this div which has the for each tasks. So I'm going to cut this, not copy, cut, and move that logic in the tasks task list blade. So just paste that in, hit save, let's close, and then copy this one or cut this one and navigate in the tasks form and paste that in. Okay, save. Now in the tasks index, we need to add the task in the task list and the task form. So if you go to Livewire documentation, here we have nesting components, and Livewire allow you to nest additional Livewire components inside of a parent component. And if we scroll down, so to nest a Livewire component within the parent component, simply include it in the parent component's blade view. Below is an example. So Livewire and added, for example, to-do list. In our case, let's add the Livewire tasks-list. And I'm going to close that, and also Livewire colon, not task list in this case, but task 4. And I'm going to close that. Now if I save and if I open the project, and yeah, we have this because we need to add first the tasks directory, so task.task list, and the same for the form. And now, yeah, we have undefined variable tasks because we make here for each tasks, but we don't have that. So in the tasks list, we make a for each task, and also in the task list class, we don't have that tasks here. So what we can do is we can pass, and if we go also to Livewire, so here we have now passing props to children. So passing data from a parent component to a child component is straightforward. In fact, it is very much like passing props to a typical Blade component. For example, let's check out the to-do list, and here we have, and passes a collection of to-dos to a child component called to-do count. As you can see here, here is passing the to-dos, and then now the to-dos has been passed to the child component. You can receive that data through the child component's mount method. Okay, we learned that, so we need to create the mount method and say create also the to-dos and say this to-dos to be able with the to-dos we pass in the parent component. Good. So let's do that. Let's open the task index, and in the task list we're going to say tasks to be able with $sign tasks. Now if I save, and let's go to task list here and create, first I'm going to create the public tasks. Okay, then create the mount method and say these tasks to be equal with app models task, not like this, but we need to receive the tasks from the parent component and say now this task is going to be equal with the task we get from there. Now if I save and see on the browser, if I refresh, yeah, we have the tasks. Now we need to move the logic for the form also. For that, when you go to task index, we call this save method, and also we injected the task form. So let's cut this, save the task index, and let's go now to task 4. Here I'm going to paste that in. We need to import the task form, and save that in. I refresh. Okay, now let's use the fake filler to create a new task, and let's say submit. Task created, but as you can see, it's not updating right here. Now if I say refresh, yeah, the task is here, but when we create, that task is not showing on the, it's not updating on the task list. And we need to work with that in the next video. Okay friends, so that's it all about this video. Now don't forget, if you like such videos, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. I have run the PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh, so I don't have any data right now in my database, and let's go and register with fake filler and navigate the tasks. Okay, so here we have a form. Now when we create a form, and I'm going to use a fake filler here just to save some time, say submit, sorry, the task, when we create a task created, we have a notification here, but we have a list here to render the tasks, to list the tasks, but the task is created and now is not displaying here. We need to refresh, and yeah, now is displayed the task. And when we had this logic, so the form logic, also the list logic in the task index, which is the parent component, that was automatically done, but now we separate the form and the task list in two components, and we have a task index parent component which hosts the form and also the task list component. How we can achieve that, how we can communicate between a form and a list component. So when we create a new task, say a task is created, so update the list. For that we are going to use the Livewire event system. So Livewire offers a robust event system that you can use to communicate between different components on the page. Now, because it uses browser events under the hood, you can also use Livewire's event system to communicate with the Alpine components as well. Now, to trigger an event, you may use the dispatch method from anywhere inside your component and listen for that event from any other component on the page. Now, let's take a look at our project. I'm going to open first the parent component, which is the task index. And here we render the task list and the task form. But on this task list, we added the task from the parent. And also if I open the task index class, as you can see here, we have a task. Now, instead of getting the task here, we can move this logic. So cut and move this logic on task list. And let's open the task list class. And instead of listening for the task we passed there, we are going to get in here and then remove this. Okay, now if I come browser and refresh, everything works correctly. Now let's work with the events. So when we create a form, fire event, and then listen for that event on a list. To dispatch an event from a Livewire component, you can call the dispatch method, passing it the event name and any additional data you want to send along with the event. So let's open the form class. So tasks form, and here we injected the form object because we use the form object, and then we have this save method. And here we say this validate, then this form create task, and then this form reset. What I'm going to do after the create task, I'm going to dispatch the events. I'm going to say $sign this and call the dispatch method and pass in here the name, and I'm going to name it a task created. As I told you, also you can add additional data here, but I'm going to leave as it is right now. And then let's open the task list class, and here we need to listen for that event. Okay, so we dispatch the event from form, and we need to listen on the render method. Now, to listen for an event in a Livewire component, we need to use the on attribute above the method we want to be called when a given event is dispatched. Okay, right now in the task list we have only the render method, but if we have other methods, so for example, let's say method, and I'm going to say just test. If we have another method, we can listen also to this one. And let's do that. Let's listen for one moment to this one. Let's say hash brackets and use the on attribute, and also we need to import that. Okay, so use Livewire attributes on, and we need to specify the name, which is, we have here task created. So task list, paste that in, and now when the task created event is dispatched from the task form, a network request will be triggered and the test action will be invoked. Okay, so let's say, for example, just for now, I'm going to say dynamically test. Okay, save and open the browser, refresh. Fake filter here, let's use something here and let's say submit. As you can see, we have dynamically test, And now if I refresh, yeah, here is the list. Also, as I told you, you can add additional data. So on task form, for example, we can say title, and we can get the title from $this form title like this. And on the task list now, the additional data sent with that event will be provided to this action as a first argument. So to this action is going to be as the first argument, and we name that title. We can say title here, and instead of test, we can say $title. And if I save and refresh, and let's test one more time the listen for this event. And as you can see, here's the title of this task we created. But we need, when we create a new task, we need to update the list. All the idea is there. So in this case, I'm going to move the on attribute. So I'm going to cut and paste it on the render, because what I want is just to update to render the view when here we pass the task. I'm going to remove now the test, and let's save this, refresh. As you can see, we have 3 tasks, and let's use a fake filler again. Now when we submit, you can see it's going to update the list. If I say submit here, the task is created, and now we have 4 tasks on the list. Also, if I refresh and use one more time the fake filler, we need to add 1 more characters, and we have 4. Now if I say submit again, the task is created, and now we have 5 tasks here. Okay friends, that's it, how we can communicate between components in Livewire using the Livewire event system. So we dispatch event from the form, and then we listen for that event on the task list. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. Now don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video I'm going to talk about pagination and lazy loading. Here I am in the Livewire documentation website, and we have in the features, we have a pagination section. And here we can see Laravel's pagination feature allows you to query a subset of data and provides your users with the ability to navigate between pages of those results. Now, because Laravel's paginator was designed for static applications, in a non-Livewire app, each page navigation triggers a full browser visits to a new URL containing the desired page. So for example, page 2. However, when you use pagination inside the Livewire component, users can navigate between pages while remaining on the same page. So Livewire will handle everything behind the scenes, including the URL query string with the current page. Okay, and here we have an example. So you must use the with pagination trait. We need to use that trait to see that a single page application look like. And we can say on the class use with pagination, and we can import that from the Livewire with pagination. And then on Blade, we can just do the Laravel stuff, calling post links. Okay, so let's open the project. Okay, so here I am in the project, and for this user I have created 6 tasks, as you can see here. And I'm going to paginate by 5. So let's open the class of a task list, because here we have the task list component. Okay, so let's open first the tasks list class, and in here, when you get the tasks for this user, I'm going to use task paginate by 5, and let's save. Now, as you can see here, we have 6, but if I refresh, yeah, now we have only 5 because we paginate by 5. Now let's open the Blade. So let's say tasks list Blade, And here we make a for each. After this for each, I'm going to add a div and say with a class to be margin top of 2, margin bottom I'm going to say 12, and padding of 2. And in here I'm going to render the pagination. So I'm going to say $sign tasks and call the links method. Now, as you can see, we have 5 and there we have a pagination. If I click the 2, we navigate to page 2, but as you can see, we navigate like a Laravel application. So it's going to be reloaded here. As you can see, we have a reloading here. Now let's use that with pagination trait. Okay, so let's go to task list class, and here when we use that trait, so with pagination and save, also make sure you use with pagination here, import that, and just by adding that, if I refresh and let's go to, we are in the page 1, as you can see up here. If I go to page 2, we have a single page application. No reloading, very fast, and just by adding this with pagination in our class. Okay, that's it all about what I wanted to show you about pagination. We have more here, but this is going to be if we want to deep dive into pagination. Now let's go to Livewire lazy loading feature. So Livewire allow you to lazy load components that would otherwise slow down the initial page load. So for example, we have here an example, and then to enable the lazy loading, you can pass the lazy parameter in the component just by doing this, adding the lazy parameter into the component. And where we can do that, in the tasks index blade, when we render the task list, because I'm going to lazy load the lists here, I'm going to just add here lazy like this. If I save, and as you can see, if I refresh, first it's going to show the form and then the list. Of course, if I inspect the element and go to network slow 3G, refresh, and yeah, here we have the form, and then it's going to load the list here. Now if we go here also and scroll down, we have this rendering placeholder HTML. So by default, Livewire will insert an empty div for your component before it is fully loaded, but we can add this placeholder method to render any kind of placeholder HTML you like. So here we have the example. We can create this method and render. So in the task list, we need to create that placeholder method, because here we have the lazy and the task. Here we added the lazy. So on the task list, now we need to create this placeholder, and we can return HTML like this, or I'm going to return a view. So let's say view here, and I have created a skeleton page, and here I'm going to return that page. So skeleton, if I show you the skeleton here in the resources, views, here is the skeleton blade, is just the skeleton I have copied from the flow byte. You can go and copy what you like there, and I returned here. Now by adding this method in this task list class, let's see what is going to change. Refresh, and now we have a skeleton here instead of empty page. Very nice, very beautiful, just by adding this method, and of course the skeleton page, or you can add directly in the HTML here, that skeleton or the SVG you like. So it's very simple, very easy to do, and of course, so rendering a placeholder via view, what I have done, you can add also parameters here, Okay friends, that's it all about this video. What I wanted to show you, the lazy loading and pagination, how we can work with Livewire is very easy. All the best, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and all the best. Thank you very much, and see you in the next one. Hello friends, Tony here. Now here I am logged in with this user and I just created the task. We have this notification task created and the list updated immediately. Okay, now I want to show here the count, how many tasks this user has. So let's open the VS Code and I'm going to open the tasks list class, and here I'm going to add a count to be auth user tasks count. Good. Then open the tasks list blade and display that. So I'm going to display like this, total tasks, and in the span I'm going to add the count here. Good. Let's save and let's come here and refresh, and yeah, we have a total tasks 1. Let's create a new task, submit, task created, the list updated, and the count updated as well. Good. But what if I want to create a component just to render this count? So let's do that. Let's open the terminal and let's say PHP artisan make Livewire, and I'm going to add this inside the tasks directory, and let's say tasks dash count like this. Hit enter. Okay, now let's cut this here, and I'm going to render that component. So let's say Livewire tasks dot tasks count, and let's add here the count. I'm going to inject the count here. Let's say $count, and let's close that. Yeah, let's save. Now let's open the tasks count, and I'm going to paste that code we had. Close. Also, let's open the tasks count class and just create the property. So public $count. Okay, good, like this. And now if I open the browser and refresh, I have a typo here, like this. Refresh. Yeah, now we have tasks 2, but when we create a new task, what do you think, is going to update the count here or not? So we just injected the count from the task list in this component, and what is going to be updated? This count. So let's take a look. If I click the submit, the task created, the list updated, but the count is not updated. And if you go to nesting component in the Livewire, we have here a reactive props. So developers new to Livewire expect that props are reactive by default. In other words, they expect that when a parent changes the value of a prop being passed into the child component will automatically be updated. However, by default, Livewire props are not reactive. Okay, you need to know that. So Livewire props are not reactive by default. Now, but if you want or need a prop to be reactive, you can easily enable this behavior using the reactive attribute parameter. And here we have an example. So the parent injecting a to-do count component and passing the to-dos here, and then add the reactive attribute to the property here. And let's do the same in our case. So what we need to do is to go in the tasks count class. We have a public count property, and let's add the attribute, which is the reactive attribute, and we need to import that. So use Livewire attributes reactive just by adding this. Let's save and let's see in the browser now. So fake filler, submit. Now task created, and we have total tasks 4 here. Refresh again, submit, task created, and task 5. So this is how you can add the reactive, how you can make the prop reactive. But you need to know that the reactive properties are an incredibly powerful feature, making Livewire more similar to front-end component libraries like Vue or React. But it is important to understand the performance implication of this feature and only add reactive when it makes sense for your application scenario. Okay friends, that's it what I wanted to show you in this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next video. All the best, and don't forget to subscribe, share and like. All the best, friends. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in the previous video we created the count component, and in this video I'm going to modify that count component. So here I have run the artisan migrate fresh, and now let's register a new user. Navigate the tasks. Okay, good. Now right now here is the tasks count 0. Let's create a new one. Okay, submit. Yeah, just what I want is, let's open the form. So I'm going to open the tasks form, and what I want is, I'm going to remove this live from the title. Okay, and let's close. Let's refresh. Okay, now what I want is, if I open also the table class, and as you can see in the tasks we have added the status column. And also if I open the status enum, status type, here we have 3 cases: started, in progress and done. And what I want to do is, I'm going to group the tasks of this user by status, and for each status I'm going to show the count. So for example, tasks with started status, I'm going to show the count for that status, and the same for the in progress and done. Okay, so let's close this and let's open the tasks list class. Here we get the count and we say out user tasks count, and also let's open the tasks list blade, and here we inject the tasks count and we pass the count here. But what I want, as I said, I'm going to change that. So instead of the count, I'm going to say let's say something like tasks by count, maybe tasks by not by count but by status, sorry. So tasks by status, and here I'm going to say out user tasks, not count anymore, but I'm going to use the select, and I'm going to select the status. Okay, and then I'm going to use the db raw, and I want now the count all as count, I'm going to say, or status count, or just count. I'm going to say count like this, and then I'm going to group by status, not like this, just group by status, and let's say get now. Okay, let's save. Now here we have the tasks by status. I'm going to copy this and go to task lists, and here now I'm going to pass that. Instead of something like this, we can use the short way by saying tasks by status like this. Okay, now we need to open the tasks count class first. So tasks count, and we need to say not count here, but tasks by status, and it's going to be reactive. Okay. Also open the blade of count component, so tasks count, and here instead of something like this, I'm going to just display for now the tasks by status, and let's save. Let's see on the browser now. If I refresh, yeah, we have a syntax. I think I have make a mistake. Get group by status. Okay, let's open that. So a tasks list. Oh yeah, here we don't need that. Save. And now let's come here and refresh. Okay, as you can see, we have an array with an object, and we have status, started, and the count, which is 1. Now this task has the status started, and we show the count for this started status to be 1. Now if I create another one, and yeah, we have down here, let's say submit. Now we have status done, count 1. Okay, good. Just instead of something like this, I'm going to modify now the blade here. So I have prepared the code, so I'm going to select all and paste that one. Okay, so here we have a div with some classes, another div also with some classes, and I make a for each tasks by status as a status. And then another div and a span. And here I display the status count, which means if I go to task list, the count here. So we say dbrow count all as count. And then here I have displayed the status value. Now the status here, this is the column status, which return the enum. Because if I open the not status but tasks, task model, we have protected cast, and we set the status to be a status type enum. Okay, for that it's going to display, it's going to say this is going to be a enum, and I get the value, and I say as headline just to display better in our project. And now as you can see, we have count 1 started displaying like this and down like this. Good. Let's create one more. I'm going to refresh, and again started, as you can see. Submit. Yeah, we need to add more. Submit here. Yeah, now we have started with, and the count is 2 and the done is 1. Refresh, and let's create one more with in progress. Submit, and yeah, now we have this which is in progress, but we don't have the order to be so started, then in progress, and then done. So let's go to task lists, and here I'm going to say order by, and I'm going to order by status, not ascending, I want descending, like this, and refresh. Now we have started, in progress, and done. Good. Let's just create some more. So I'm going to say this to be in progress, one more in progress. Yeah, we need to add something like this, and refresh. Okay, now it's looking little bit good, but I want to add some classes, some colors here. For example, for started, let's say to be blue, for in progress to be yellow, and done to be green. I'm going to add here a border for all of them, but to apply that, I want to open the enum, so the status enum, status type enum, and here what I want to do is to create a method, so public function, and I'm going to name it a color, and this is going to return a string. Okay, and here I'm going to use the return match this, Okay. Now if for self started, let's say border blue, as I said, 400 or 500, like this. Then for self not completed, we don't have completed, but in progress, I'm going to add border yellow 500, and then for the self done, I'm going to add border green 500, like this. And I think we are okay. So just let's close this, let's save, and then open the task count blade. Here I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to use the class helper of our blade, which we have, so class, and here we need to add an array. The first one is going to be the default colors, and then I'm going to add $sign status, and then for the status I'm going to get the status, not value, but color. So status, call the color method here, and this is going to be if we have the status like this. Now if I save, I have here border 2, and then just I'm going to apply the border, for example, if the status is, let's open again this one, if the status is started, it's going to be border blue 500, in progress border blue, border yellow 500, and in done border green 500. Okay, so that is going to return here, it's going to apply here, and let's see now. Let's open, yeah, I'm going to close and rerun the npm run dev just in case. Let's open the application. I'm going to clear site data. Let's go to register one more time and use fake filler here. Register, okay. We got the tasks. Yeah, we show this, but anyway, now let's create. Okay, so we have the first one, which is done, good. Let's create one starter, submit, and yeah, we have starter here, and the border is okay. Let's create one with in progress. Good. Now we have the started here, in progress, and done. And let's create one more, for example, in progress. And just we need to add more here. And yeah, we have 2 in progress, 1 started, and 1 done. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video. Now I think we have more professional looking project. Okay, friends, now if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with the count component, and in this video I'm going to work with the card component, with a list. What I want to do is I'm going to add 3 buttons here based on the status type. So you have a started, in progress, and done types, and I'm going to add buttons down there. So when we click the started button, for example, it's going to change the status of this task to be started. If we click the in progress, it's going to change the in progress, the status, and so on. Okay, so let's open the tasks list blade, and here we make for each tasks, and here we have the task card. After this one, I'm going to make a for each, and I'm going to make a for each for enum status type. Okay, so if I open the status type enum, we have status type case started, in progress, and done. And let's say here app / enums backslash and status type cases as a $ case. I'm going to say like this, and here I'm going to add a button. So let's say button here, type a button, and we need to add some classes. So I'm going just to paste some classes, and I've copied them from the component. We have here components, and we have a secondary button. We can use that here, but just I wanted to add manually just to show you. And here I'm going to display $case value. Okay, let's save this and let's see what we have. Yeah, we have started, in progress, and done. Just we need to format this how we want. So for that, let's open the count, task count, and I want to copy this, save some time, and paste it right here. And instead of this one, we're going to paste the case value, save, and now if I refresh, yeah, now we have started, in progress, done. Very good. Now, as I told you, when I click the started, it's going to change that state of this task to started. Now let's open the class component. So I'm going to open the task list class, and here let's create a method to change the state. So I'm going to say not a render, but let's say change status, not state, sorry, status. And what we need here, we need first the ID of the task, and we need the status. And then we can say $task is going to be able with the task find the ID, and then I'm going to say $task update and let's update the status to be what we have in the status. That's it. Let's save and let's see. And let's go now to task list here. When we have a button, we'll need to add the wire click. And the name was change status. So let's copy that and paste it here. And we need to add here the task ID. And we have the task ID here because we make a for each task as a task. So here we have a task. And also we need to add the status. Okay. And for that, we're going to say comma. And if we say like this, case value, it's not going to work because this is a string. So we need to add, escape that. So like this. Now we are okay. Let's save and let's see on the browser. If I refresh, this is started. As you can see, if I click in progress, now we have in progress. If I click the done, it's done. Let's create a new task. This is started now. Okay, let's create new one, and I'm going to make this in progress. Good. Now we have 3, 1, 1, 1. If I click this, I don't know what status this task has. What I want to do is, if the status is, for example, in progress, I'm going to make this button disabled. So let's open that and go to the end, and here let's say if the case value double equal, and here we're going to check in not case, sorry, task status, but the status is enum because we casted that status type, and we can say task status value If that is true, we are going to add disabled. Otherwise, let's say nothing and save this. Now, as you can see, the down here is disabled. The started is here disabled, and in progress is disabled here. What if I click? We have 1, 1, 1, and if I click down here, now down we have 2, and down is here disabled and is here disabled. Okay, friends, that's it. How we can add something like this. One more thing, let's make it look better. If I copy the button classes, I'm going to cut them and use blade class here and add an array with default classes to be this one, and I'm going to add also $sign case color, and just I'm going to say true to display them. Okay, just to remove this now, which is by default here, and save. See on the browser, yeah, now we have border blue for started, in progress is yellow, and down is green. Okay, friends, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video now, I want to add a search input in our project. So in the navigation, I'm going to add a search, and as we type, we are going to make a search for the tasks belong to this user. And I have prepared HTML here, and you can find that in this URL, so play.tinycss.com, and pass in this code. I'm going to copy this, and let's open the VS Code, and first of all I'm going to create a component, the Livewire component, and here I'm going to say artisan, which is the alias for PHP artisan, make Livewire, and the name, which is going to be search. You can name what you like. I'm not going to add this in the tasks directory, I'm going to leave in the Livewire directory. Okay, now let's open the search blade, and here I'm going to select all and paste that HTML we have copied from here, and I'm going to close now this one. And as I said I'm going to add in the navigation. So for that, I'm going to open the navigation which we have inside the layouts, the navigation blade, and yeah, here we have the logo, which is this one. Then we have a links, and after these links I'm going to add a div, and in this div I'm going to inject the Livewire component. So let's say Livewire and the name of the component, which is search, and I'm going to self-close this, and let's save. Yeah, here is the search now. Maybe I'm going to apply also some classes to this div here, and I think yeah, now we are more okay. So we have the input, and the search result is going to be like this. We have a dummy data now. Let's start and work with search. I'm going to close the navigation. If I scroll up, in the input I have added the wire model search. Okay, so when you copy that code, you have this wire model search. So we are going to bind this input in the search property. For that, we need to open the search class and define that property. And we have done that. So to define a property, we say public and the name of the property, which is going to be search in our case. And now, as we type, I want to make a search, so I don't have to have a button here, and when we click a button to search, but as we type, we are going to search. For that, in the render, I'm going to create a results, and it's going to be an empty array. It's very easy to create that. So, and then I'm going to check if, and let's use the string length. So, string length of this search. If that is greater than not 0, because I'm not going to start immediately the search, I'm going to start if the search is greater than 2 characters. Okay, that. If that is true, so if we have type more than 2 characters, I'm going to make a search, and let's say now $ results is going to be equal with auth user and tasks relationship, and we're going to use the where method, where, and search for the title in the title. So where title is going to be like this search, and we can say get or all. Okay, and then in here right now I'm going to use a compact. We don't need to add search here because we have defined as a public property. So we have results, and let's save this, and let's go to search blade now, and here I'm going to remove this dummy data, just leave one here, which I'm going to cut and make a for each. So I'm going to make for each $search, sorry, not search, results as, what to say, result, and here paste that dummy data, which I'm going to remove this paragraph, just leave this one, which is going to be the title. Here I'm going to say to display the title, so $results, result, single one, title. Okay, let's save and let's see now. Yeah, we don't have results here on defined variable results. And let's copy this and see why. I have made typo here now, refresh. Yeah, but if we type right now, nothing is going to change. We are not going to Livewire is not going to make a request as we type, and we have learned that. So if I open the Livewire documentation and let's get started. Okay, so here I have navigated directly to the wire model, so you can go here in the HTML directives and we have wire model. So Livewire make it easy to bind the component properties value with form input using the wire model. Good. But what I wanted to show you is why isn't my component live updating as I type. So if you try this in your browser and are confused why the title isn't automatically updated, is because Livewire only updates a component when an action is submitted, like pressing the submit button, not when the user types into a field. And if we scroll down, we can say live. We can see here we have a live updating. So we need to add this live modifier in the wire model. And let's do that. Let's go to search and let's add .live modifier. Now if I save that and come here, network, let's type something here. As you can see, as we type, it's going to make a request. And that's it, good. So let's search, for example, for this one. And I have made again a typo in the search class, not tasks, like this. Refresh. And now I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Nothing is going to change. So we need the exact title, and then it's going to be here, as you can see. So just let me zoom it a little bit. Yeah, now we have that, and that is because we, in the search class, we say where title is going to be like this. But I don't want to be exact like this. I want to be similar. So let's say, let's add the percentage dot this search dot and percentage again. And now if we refresh again and let's say something like this, and now we have the search. Good. I'm going to zoom it out again, or let's leave like this and inspect the element. Go to network and let's clean and let's type. So as we type, we make a search, but I don't want to make a search every keystroke. So what I want is, for example, for 50 milliseconds to make a request. For that, we can add debounce. So let's search for the debounce in our Livewire documentation, and here we have debounce. Now, when using live on a text input, you may want more fine-grained control over how often a network request is sent. By default, a debounce of 250 milliseconds is applied to the input. However, you can customize this using the debounce modifier. So after the live, we can add also the debounce modifier. And let's copy this and do that. So in the search blade, I'm going to add also the debounce modifier, and I'm going to change that to 500 milliseconds. Good. Let's come here. Let's see now if I start typing, for example. As you can see, nothing is changed. It's not making a request. So we type, no request is made. If I stop, then it's going to make the request. If I stop typing and after 500 milliseconds, it's going to make a request. So let's say, and then after 5 milliseconds, it's going to make a request. So one more time, just to show you. After 5 milliseconds, it's going to make the request. Now, if you like that, okay, but I want not to wait when the user is finished and then wait for 500 milliseconds and make a request. I want to make a request after 5 milliseconds, even if the user is typing here. Okay, for that we can use the throttle. So throttling input, so as started previously, when a input debounce is applied to a field, a network request will not be sent until the user has stopped typing for a certain amount of time. This means if the user continues typing a long message, a network request won't be sent until the user is finished. And we don't want that. In this case, you can use a throttle to signify a time interval to send a network request, and we can say just instead of debounce, we can use throttle. And in this example, as a user is typing continuously in the title field, a network request will be sent every 100 milliseconds, or what you can add here. So instead of the debounce, I'm going to use throttle and save. And now let's see the difference. Let's say as you can see, as I type, it's going to wait for 500 milliseconds and it's going to make a request, and that's it what I want. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. So let's try one more time, and I'm going to search for this name. So I'm going to say, and here we have the results. Good. Now that's all about. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with this input. We have a live search here, so as we type, it's going to make a search. So let's say, for example, I'm going to search for this one, and yeah, if we type more than 2 characters, it's going to make request a search for this for the tasks belong to this user. But if we have a search here, if I refresh, yeah, we lost the search and we lost the input we had here, the string we have here. For that, we are going to use the URL query parameters. So if you go to Livewire documentation, we have in the features the URL query parameters, and Livewire allow you to store component properties in the URL's query string. So for example, you may want a search property in your component to be included in the URL like this. So question mark search, which is going to be equal with what we type in the input. Okay, Now this is particularly useful for things like filtering, sorting, and pagination, as it allows users to share and bookmark specific state of a page. So we can share and bookmark specific states of a page, which means if we search for something here, and we can have that URL in here, and we can share or we can bookmark, and then when we visit, it's going to remain that search URL and search results. Now let's scroll down. So here we have the example. Below is a show user component that allows you to search users by their name via simple text input. The same we have in our project. And let's scroll down. We have wire model live and then make a for each. Now, however, if the visitor refreshes the page, as I told you, the search value and results will be lost. Now, to preserve the search value across page loads so that a visitor can refresh the page or share the URL, we can store the search value in the URL's query string by adding the URL attribute above the search property. Okay, so we need to add the URL attribute above the search or query what you have property here. So here's the example, and let's do that in our project. So we need to open the search class, and above the search property we need to add that attribute. So the attribute was URL, and we need to import not like this, URL like this, and we need to import that. From the Livewire attributes URL. Okay, so here it is. And that's it. Now if I save, and let's see on the browser. So let's scroll up. So now if the user types Bob into the search field, the URL bar in the browser will show like this. So it's going to, as we type, it's going to update also the search bar. So the URL, sorry, by adding the search equal with what we type in the input. Now let's see. If I refresh first and take a look to this URL, if I type PAR, as you can see, the search results is here, and also we have the URL here. Now if I copy this and let's paste in here and hit enter, as you can see, we redirect with the bar in the input and also the results for that search input source string. Okay, so let's close and let's go here. So if they now load this URL from a new browser window, the Bob will be filled in the search field as we saw, and the user results will be filtered accordingly. Very good. We have also initializing properties from the URL. So we can just type in the URL and then, for example, the search will be set to Bob if we type search Bob here in the URL. Also, we have using an alias. So Livewires give you a full control over what name displays in the URL's query string. So if you don't like to be searched, you can add a shorten like a Q, and you can specify a query string alias by providing the as parameter to the URL attribute. And here we have the example, and let's do that. Let's copy this and let's do the same in our project. Paste that in and now save. Now when the user types Bob into the search field, the URL will show users Q equal with Bob. So instead of search, it's going to be Q. Very good. Let's come here and I'm going to remove now the search, also the question mark, refresh, and now if I type again, yeah, here we have the results, and now we have Q in the search. Very good. Now display on page load. By default, Livewire will only display a value in the query string after the value has been changed on the page. So for example, if the default value for search is an empty string, when the actual search input is empty, no value will appear in the URL. If you want the search entry to always be included in the query string, even when the value is empty, you can provide the keep parameter to the URL attribute. So we can say keep the true and it's going to show. So let's copy that. Let's come here first and I'm going to remove and hit enter. Yeah, right now we refresh. So if I refresh the page, we have just slash tasks. But if I add this keep the true in the URL attribute, save, and now if I refresh, now we have queue, which is null because we have null here. But if I add by default to be a empty string, now we have here a queue equal with an empty string. And for example, if we type this in here, paste that and hit enter, as you can see, is updated also here, and we have the results based on this string. Good. Now this is up to you if you like to keep the search, but I don't want that, so I'm going to remove. Now here we have a storing in history. So by default, Livewire uses history.replicate state to modify the URL instead of history.push state. This means that when Livewire updates the query string, it modifies the current entry in the browser's history state instead of adding a new one. Because Livewire replaces the current history, pressing the back button in the browser will go to the previous page rather than the previous search value, for example, if you want. So to force Livewire to use the history push state when updating the URL, you can provide the history parameter of the URL attribute like this. And let's copy that and try in our project, paste that in, hit save. And now in the example above, when a user changes the search value from Bob to Frank and then clicks the browser back button, the search value will be set back to Bob instead of navigating to the previous page. And let's see, let's come here. We have something like this now, and I'm going to refresh. Very good. So we have this. Now I'm going to search for this one. Okay, but if I click now back, what is going to be? So if I click back, we navigate to the previous search. Now that's it if you'd like to be history to true, but in my case I'm going to remove. Just I wanted to show you. And that's it all about this video, friends. I hope you enjoy. All the best, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best, friends. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video I want to talk about the computed properties in Livewire. So what are computed properties? Computed properties are a way to create derived properties in Livewire. Like accessors on an eloquent model, computed properties allow you to access values and cache them for future access during the request. And computed properties are particularly useful in combination with public properties. Now, to create a computed property, you can add the computed attribute above any method in your Livewire component, and once the attribute has been added to the method, you can access it like any other property. Now, in our project, I have installed also the Livewire debug bar, and let's see the queries here. We have 4 queries, and if I click in the next here, pagination, now we have 5 queries, and anytime we go back and forth, we have 5 queries, as you can see. Okay? And if I refresh the page, we have 4 queries. Okay, so let's open the tasks list class. Here we have tasks here in the render. We added the task, which is equal without user tasks paginate. So we paginate by 5. If I open now the tasks list blade, and here let's make a check in this for each. So I'm going to cut this and make a if statement. So I'm going to check if, and I'm going to say false, but let's say you have an if statement for something, and let's end the if here. Let's save. So as I told you, if you have some if statement here to check for something like if the user can see the task or I don't know, and if I come here and refresh, we have 4 requests, as you can see. But what if we create that computed property? So I'm going to create a computed property here. So let's create a method first, and I'm going to name it tasks. And in this one, I'm going to return. So let's return what we have in the array here. So I'm going to cut and paste it here. And now remove from this array tasks. And I'm going to use the tasks here. So now this one, I'm going to make it computed property, and we can do that by adding the computed attribute above the method. Okay, so let's add the computed attribute here, and you need to import that from Livewire's attributes computed. Now, if I open notes here, so because the computed attribute has been added to the task method, the value is accessible in other methods, in the component and in the blade template. But we must use $this in the template. Okay, so unlike normal properties, computed properties aren't directly available inside your components template. Instead, we must access them on the $this object. So for example, the computed property name tasks, as we have here, must be accessed via $this tasks inside your template. So let's do that. So I'm going to save this first, and let's go on task list. And here when we make $task, I'm going to say $this tasks, and the same in here. Okay, save that, and now we are good to go. Let's scroll a little bit down here. Okay, as you can see here, if I refresh again, we have only 2 queries. Yeah, 2 queries. And without the computed properties, if a check is restricted from viewing tasks, the database query to retrieve the task has already been made. So yet the tasks are never used in the template. But with computed properties, now because we are providing the task that the template using computed property, we only execute the database query when the data is needed. So as you can see right now, it's not executed the database query because we checked if we check above here if, and we added false. So if false, it's not executing to get these tasks. Good. Let's change that to be true and display the data. Now we have 4 requests. Now let's see the performance. So accessing a method as a computed property offers a performance advantage over calling a normal method. Internally, when a computed property is executed for the first time, Livewire caches the return value, and this way, any subsequent access in the request will return the cached value instead of executing multiple times. Now this allows us to freely access derived value and not worry about the performance implications. But we must know that the computed properties are only cached for a single request. So Livewire only caches the result for the duration of single component request. This means that if a computed property method contains an expensive database query, it will be executed every time your Livewire component performs an update. And here we have the examples for tasks. I just added the order by ID in here. Also, I have created the tasks by status computed property, and I created this method which is going to listen for the task created dispatch method. So let's copy all of them and paste in our project in task list. So let's remove this one and replace with the others. So the task, I just added the order by ID as I told you. Then we have this tasks by status computed property, which is the same we have right here. And so now let's remove this and let's comment this one for now. So I'm going to comment this now because I created this computed property tasks by status. So we need to update also the blade in here. So I'm going to say task by status and let's copy to be equal with $sign tasks by status, but now we need to say this because this is a computed property. And let's see if everything works correctly, and everything works good. Now I'm going to open queries here. We have 4 queries and let's create a new tasks. I'm going to say here submit, and it's going to create a task, and we have 5 queries here. Okay, and the same if I come here and go to number 2 in the pagination, we have 5 queries. Go back, also we have 5 queries again. But with the computed properties now we can change that. So let's go to task list, and we have learned that the computed properties are cached for only single request. But also we have caching between requests here. Sometimes you would like to cache the value of a computed property for the lifespan of a Livewire component. So as we stay in the component, it's going to be cached. And Livewire's computed attribute provides helpful persist parameters. So by applying persist true to a method, it will continue to be cached for the duration of the Livewire component on the page. So as this component is going to remain in this page, it's going to be cached if we use the persist true. And Livewire cache persist values for 3600 seconds, 1 hour, but you can override this default by passing an additional seconds parameter to the computed attribute, so like this. But I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm going to just add persist true, and I'm going to add that in the tasks by status. So here I'm going to say persist to be true, and let's save this one. And as I told you, every time we go back and forth in the pagination, we had 5 queries. Okay, let's clean everything. Okay, we have 4 queries. Now let's navigate to the second pagination here. Pagination number 2. If I click, as you can see, we have only 4 queries, not 5 anymore. And so this count component is going to remain cached because we added persist true, and task by status we added in the tasks count. So that is going to remain as it is. But what if I'm going to leave like this, and if I create a component task, take a look here. We have 1 in started, 4 in progress, and 3 done. If and I'm going to zoom out just because I want to remain here. 1, 4, 3. If I click submit, now task created, but here we have 1, 4, 3 again. And if I scroll down, we have 9 results, but in the count component we have all of 8. So 1, 4, 3. And that's it, because we have cached the tasks by status. But I want to change that, and for that, let's now remove this. I have created this method, which is going to listen for the task created dispatched event, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to say unset this task by status. So use the PHP onset method, and with that, now when the task is created, we are going to reset the cache of Laravel. So let's come here, let's refresh. Now we have 2, 4, 3, so we have 9 altogether. And if I create a task created, and also here we have 10 now, 4, 3, 3. So we updated the count only when we create the tasks, but not when, if I refresh again, not when we navigate between the pagination. So we have 4 queries, and let's navigate the number 2 here. We navigate the number 2, and we have only 4 queries, as you can see. Okay, now let's see one more time. So caching across all components. So instead of caching the value of a computed property for the duration of a single component's lifecycle, you can cache the value of a computed across all components in your application using the cache true parameter provided by the computed attribute. So we can add the cache to be true, and until the cache expires or is pushed, every instance of this component in your application will share the same cached value. And if you need to manually clear the cache for a computed property, you may set the custom cache key using the key parameter, which is very helpful. And then we can say somewhere else in your app, you may clear the cache for that property by saying cache forget and passing the key name here. Okay, friends, that's it now all about this video. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to upload images with Livewire, and I have created such a video with the version 2, which is similar to this one, so nothing has changed. Now I'm not going to add a new input to this form to upload images. I have created, if I open the VS Code, I have created the image model in migration, and in this model I just added the protected fieldable for name and path, and also in the images migration I added string name and string path. Okay, now let's open the terminal, and here I'm going to create a new Livewire component to create the route. So I'm going to add a link for images here, and when we navigate the images, we're going to have similar to this one. So we're going to have form here, and we're going to display the images in here. Okay, so let's say artisan make :Livewire, and the name, which I'm going to name it image index. Hit enter. Okay, now let's open the web routes and register that route. So after the route get tasks, I'm going to say route get images. Okay, and also say /images. I prefer this one, and use the images index class, and also say name images dot index. Just here, not images plural, just image, and we need to import the class. Okay, so class imported. If we see here, and let's save and let's close. Now to add the link here, we need to open the navigation blade. So let's open the navigation blade inside the Livewire resources layouts. And here we have this link. I'm going to copy this and paste it for the images. So just say images.index, and also here I'm going to say images or photos, what you like. And now we have images here, and if I click right now here, we're going to have the error here. Livewire page component layout view not found, because it's going to look for components. Inside the components, layouts up. But we don't have that, and we need to open the image index and specify the layout in here, which is layouts.up, like this. And now we can refresh and we have an empty page. As I told you, I want to have form to upload the image, and then here we are going to display the images. So let's open the VS Code, and here I'm going to define a property. So let's say public $image, or you can say a photo or what you like. So let's say a photo here. Let's say photo. Okay, and now let's save and let's open the blade. And here I have prepared the HTML, so a div, and in this div is going to be with 7x12. We're going to display the images. Here 4x12, I added the form with some classes and a div. Inside this div, a label for upload image and an input type file. And then I have used this X primary button and say upload. Let's save and let's see on the browser now. Yeah, we have something like this now. Here is the form, and here we have images. Let's go here, and now first of all I'm going to add in the form the wire submit. Okay, when we click to that button, I want to upload the image, and I'm going to call save method. And for the input, we're going to bind the photo property. Okay, so let's say wire colon model to be equal with the photo, and we have type file here. Let's save and let's go and create the save method now in the image index class. So here I'm going to say method save, which you can name what you like. And what we need here is to store to upload the image, and we need to store also in the database in the migration, and that's it. But let's open here the storage app public. Right now we have empty here. What I want to do is, let's say for example $sign this photo, not like this because I don't want to find that, but I want to store this photo. And you can read more in the Laravel documentation to store image, to upload the image. Okay, so here we have file uploads. You just can search and see how we can upload the image. So we can use this store and specify the directory. Also you can use the storage put file, which is the same as the store. Also we have this store as, and we specify the directory and the file name. Okay, and I'm going to use this store as. So let's open the VS Code, and instead of store, I'm going to say store as, and the directory is going to be inside the images. The file name, now I want the file name which is going to be, so I'm going to say name to be equal with, and not this photo get name. We can use the Laravel get original name, so you can see here. We can use this one, but yeah, let's just paste for now. Okay, but you can see, keep in mind that the get client original name and get client original extension methods are considered unsafe. Okay, we can use the hash name if we want, but I'm going to leave it like this. And then in here, I'm going to say $name, and also I want to specify the disk, so I'm going to say public, and this store as is going to return as a path, so let's say $path to be equal with this one, and then we're going to use the image model and say create the image, which is going to be, sorry, the name, which is going to be this name. So let's say name, and the path, which is going to be this path. Okay. Also in this photo we can add the validation, but for now let's leave it like this. Okay. I'm going to open also the database, open with the table plus here. And here I have the images, which is empty right now. And also the storage is empty. Now let's go and try. So here I'm going to refresh. And let's choose a file. I have here 3 files. Open this Laravel PNG. And we have this error. So cannot handle file upload without Livewire with file upload straight. So use with file uploads. Okay, and you need to import that. Is the same we use for with pagination. And now let's save and let's try. So refresh. If I open this, say upload, nothing changed. Now if I come here and refresh, as you can see we have images, and the name is Laravel PNG, and the path is images/laravel.png. Okay, now let's open the VS Code, and in the storage public, now we have these images. Let's zoom it for you just to see. We have images directory, and here we have the laravel.png. Good. But also you can see we have inside the app, we have this livewire-tmp. So we can display also the image preview, and let's see how we can do that in the project. So when we upload the image, we can show also that image we are going to upload. And as you can see in the Livewire TMP, we have this file which is uploaded. Okay. And how we can show that, if we go to the image index, and I'm going to zoom out now, in here, or right here, I'm going to say, or after this one, let's say, I'm going to check if we have a photo, $photo, and just let's add an image with some classes. I'm going to say class with 18 and 18, and height the same, and I'm going to say also to be rounded MD. And as a source we can use $photo and call the temporary URL method. Okay, and let's close this. Now if I save this, we need to also close the and if here, and let's save. Let's open the browser, refresh, nothing changed here. If I choose the image, and let's choose Livewire, open, here we have the preview of the Livewire. Let's choose another one, Vue.js for example, and now we have Vue.js here, and update the Vue.js. Let's say upload, and we need to clean this, but for now let's just see in here we have public images. Now we have 2, Laravel and Vue.js, but in the TMP directory we have 3, which is the Livewire, Laravel and Vue.js. Okay, also if I open the table plus and refresh, we have 2 images. Now let's add also validation, and when we upload, I want to clean add this one as well. So just work with that. So for the error, I'm going to say if we have the error for the photo, and let's go to tasks form. I'm going to copy this and paste it inside here. Okay, then in the image index on the public photo we can add the rule, and for example I'm going to say it need to be image pipe and maybe max of 1024. Okay, we need to import this rule from the Livewire attributes rule, and first of all here we need to call $this validate. Okay, and then as I told you, also I want to reset the photo, so let's say $this reset all, not like this, just reset, and save, and see now on the browser if I refresh. Okay, let's say upload, and the photo field must be an image. Let's choose the image, and I'm going to choose Livewire, say open. It's going to display here, and let's say upload. Okay, now let's see the database. If I refresh, yeah, we have Laravel, Vue.js, and Livewire, and also in the storage app public images we have Laravel, Livewire, and Vue.js. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how to upload images with Livewire, which is very easy, and also we can show a preview of the image we are going to upload. That's it all about this video. Now if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and all the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I want to show you how to upload multiple images at once, because right now we just have to choose one file. Okay, so let's open the VS Code, and I'm going to open the image index class first, and here when we create a public property for photos, I'm going to say plural photos, which is going to be equal with an array. And now also in the rule we are going to change that, so let's cut this, and I'm going to add an array, and I'm going to say photos dot star, which means all in this photos array. And for that I want to apply this we have that, so we don't need just paste. So I'm going to apply image, so for example photos 1 is going to be an image and max of 1024. Okay, also we need to change this one, the save method now, because here we just get the name, get the path, and say image create, but because we have more than one, we have an array of photos. Now we can say, first we can check if is not null this array of photos, so I'm going to say is not null these photos. Okay, if that is not null, I'm going to make a for each these photos as $photo. Let's close, and then here we can say this name to be this photo get original name, get client original name, but I'm not going to use this one now because it's not safe, but I'm going to use another one. So I'm going to say $name to be equal with the $photo hash name, like this, and then I'm going to say $path to be equal with photo, and I'm going to use the same here as we have here. So just let's copy this and paste it here, and now we have the path. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to say let's create, we can store here the image. We can say just like this. So cut and paste that one in here. And now remove this and reset. Okay, let's save. Also, let's open the image dash index, and we need to make some changes here. So wire model is going to be photos, not photo. And also we need to add a multiple layer. Okay, or not here. I prefer to be in here. So let's say multiple. And here we check if we have a photo. We are going to display to preview that. But because we have more, I'm going to check if we have photos. I'm going to cut this and make also a for each here. $, photos as a single one, and display that in a temporary URL. Okay. Also, here I had make a typo, not $photo, but now because we have more than one, we can say photos dot star like this. And let's save and let's see on the browser. Also, I'm going to open here and let's delete this temporary and images. Also, I'm going to open the table plus and delete everything from there. And now let's try. Let's come here and refresh. As you can see, now we have choose files, not choose one, or choose files. And let's choose 2 of them. And let's say, as you can see, here is the preview. And if I say upload, yeah, it's clean. Let's see. We have 2 images here. Also, we have images in the public, and we have 2 images with the hash name, as you can see. But of course, if I go to table plus and refresh, we have also here 2 images, and now the name is hash name here, and the path is in the images slash. Okay, so you can see all of them. Now let's see if I refresh and just say upload, as you can see, we don't have any error. If I choose another thing here, let's go to music, and I'm going to choose M4A, say upload. Yeah, now we have the photos field, must be an image, but I want to be required. So if I go to the image index, and here we need to add another rule, not in here, to say, for example, the required and pipe here, because it's not going to work. So let's try. Come here, and that is not going to work because this is going to apply in the single one, not in the array. Okay, so let's show you. We don't have the error, but we can, so let's go back. We can add another rule here. So let's say rule, and I'm going to say just required, for example, here, like this. And of course, right now it's not going to show anyone. So just let me show you. That's it, because this rule now is going to apply in photos array, which means in the image index bleed, we're saying errors in photos.all for a single photo in this array. Let's cut this and paste it down there and remove this one. And now this is for the required rule, which apply in the photos array, which means it's not going to allow to be an empty array. Okay, let's refresh, and now if I say upload, you can see the photos field is required. Of course, we can change this, so let's delete everything from images, also in the table plus. And instead of something like this, I'm going to create $images variable to be equal with an empty array. And then here, instead of creating, here I'm going to say $images array to be equal with, and in this array I'm going to say name, this name, and path to be this path. And down there we can make a for each $images as image, and then here use the image create and pass here $image like this, and it's going to work. Okay, so we created these images to be equal with an empty array, and then in this one we added an array with name and path for all of the photos. So we make a for each, and for each of the photos we are going to pass an array in here with name and path, and then we make a for each here and say image create. Now what you prefer. Now if I save, we clean here everything, and let's go and try refresh, choose the files, let's choose this one and this one here. Okay, now let's say upload, everything works good. Come here and refresh. Yeah, we have two images, and of course if I see in the tmp directory and in the public images we have two images. Okay friends, that's it, how we can upload multiple images with Livewire. Now don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video I'm going to show you how to download images. I'm going to display the images here, and I'm going to add a button, and if we want we can download that image. Alright, now let's just open the warp, open the VS Code. Here I am in the Breeze Blade here, and I'm going to open this with a VS Code. Okay, good. What I want to do is to go to storage, up, and delete this one, and also I'm going to delete the images. Start from scratch, and also I'm going to open the table class, refresh, and delete everything here, so we don't have any image in our database. Also upload it here. Now let's start and work with the image index class. So here we have the save method, and then we have the render method. Okay, the first of all I'm going to create a computed property. So I'm going to say method, and this method we are going to make a computed. So let's say images, and what I want here is just to return all the images. So let's say return image model, and I'm going to say all, not where but all, like this. And as I told you, I want to make this computed property, so let's add computed here and import that from the Livewire. Now if we want, we can add let's say for example persist of true. Okay, make it true like this and save. Now let's go to images, and here we want to display the images. Let's add a div with some classes here. So let's say I'm going to say grid calls true, and if is empty and up, I'm going to say grid calls 3. Okay, and then I'm going to make a for each. So let's say for each, and now we can use that computed property we created. Okay, so images, but we have learned how to use computed properties. So we can access in the blade by using $this object, okay? And then say images as image, or what you like, but I'm going to say as image. Okay, so here I added a div with some classes, and you can see, or you can go and find in the GitHub repository, and in the image class h36 with 36 rounded large, and source is going to be the image path. Alt, I added the image name, but you can add what you like. And I use here the primary button and say download. Okay, now let's see. Let's open the Chrome, and I'm going to upload 2 images just to see here. So let's upload these 2. Say upload. And as you can see, it's not updating the list immediately because we say persist the true, okay? So let's refresh. And yeah, now we have the images right here. But let me also open the VS Code, and here we need to run the npm run dev, because as we can see, we don't see that in the grid. So if I refresh, now we have grid here. Yeah, we need to add a gap here. So let's say gap to be 4. And yeah, now we have a gap between. Good. As I told you, when I want to download, I want to click here and download the image, but right now nothing is going to happen. So let's start and work with this. In the image index, I'm going to create a method. So let's say method, and I'm going to name it a download. And in this one, we need to receive the ID of the image. And here I'm going to say $image to be equal with image, and I'm going to say not image index, but image model, and say find $ID. And after we find the image, we want the download. Now we can use the storage facade for this. So let's say return and say storage. We need to import that. We need to specify the disk, in which disk is going to be. In the public, we have stored them. So if I open the storage app, we have public, and then we have images. So in the public disk, I want to download the image. And here we say $image path, like this. Or we can say, let's say right now just $image path, and let's save. Good. Now let's open the image index blade. And what we want to do here is, when we click to this button, I want to download that image. But to download that, we need also to pass the ID. Okay, because here we receive the ID, and based on that we find the image and we added the path. So in this button now, let's add the wire click and say download, the name of the method. And as I told you, we need to add the ID. So let's say image ID, like this. If I save now and let's try, let's go here and refresh. Let's say download, and as you can see, it's downloaded. Good. Let's come here and let's go to index. We can specify also the image name. So if you don't like to be that one, we can say image, for example, image.png. And if I save and come here and refresh, because as I told you, here is the image name, which is the hash name. If I say now download, so you can see we have here image PNG here. And if I open, yeah, here is the image. Okay, but if you don't like this way to use the storage facade, we can use, let's say here, return. Okay, return response and add the download. And also in here we need to specify the path and the image name. So if I leave it like this, it's not going to work, but we need to say storage path, okay, and specify the path, which is app/public/ and we need to concatenate the image path, the last line image path like this. Okay, so here we specify the path of the image and we added also the name, the same we have done here. Let's save and let's see in the browser. Now if I refresh, we have 2 downloads here. Let's download this one, click, and yeah, we have image 1 PNG, as you can see. Okay, now what if I upload one more image? So let's upload Laravel. Open, say upload. The image is uploaded, but it's not showing here immediately. We need to refresh and then it's going to show, and that's it, because we have added in the computed property, we added persisted true. What we can do is when we upload the image, I want to reset that computed property. So we can onset, use the onset and say to assign these images like this. And now if I save and let's upload one more time, for example, Livewire, or let's upload Livewire and Vue.js again. Open, is going to show, and then if I click upload, immediately show in here. Okay friends, also we can download here as well. So click download and yeah, we have here download, and you can change also the name here if you like. Okay friends, so that's it all about this video. Now if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in another one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now with the images, I think I am done. So I show you how to upload single one, how to upload multiple, and how to download them. And let's go back to tasks. What I want to do here now is to edit tasks. So I want to add a button and edit tasks, and I'm going to use this form to edit task. Okay. Now if you go to Livewire and forms, and when you have a form object here, we have, if you want to use the form, this form object for both create and update form, you can easily adapt. And we have the example, but this example is not for our project, because here, as you can see, it suggests that if we have an update post component, and then we say we inject the form object, and on mount we say post $sign post. So we have post on mount because we have the ID when we navigate the edit post, and we say this form set post, passing the post here, and on the we say this form update and redirect, and here is the form post form, and here we inject the post, but we add question mark, so it's not, maybe it's going to be null, and we have this method to set a post. We accept the post and say this post to be able with this one, and update the title and the content based on this post. And we have the store and update, and on the update we just say this post update this all. Okay, but as I told you, we have a different approach here, because here we have the task index component which renders, and then in that component we add the form component and the list component. Now on the list, I want to click a button and then listen for that button, click on the form component. Okay, in that form we will update the fields. So let's start by opening the tasks list, tasks dash list, And here when we have this button groups, I'm going to cut this one and I'm going to add a div with a class bflex and let's say justify between. And then I'm going to add a div, and in this div I'm going to paste this one and another div, and in this div let's add a button, and I'm going to use the X primary button. Okay, and let's say for now just edit, just to see what we have. So if I refresh, yeah, here's the edit button. Now when we click to this button, I want to listen the form component. And what we can do is we can say wire colon click. We can call the method in the task list class and then dispatch an event on that, or we can dispatch directly here. So I prefer to dispatch directly here. So I'm going to say $dispatch. And then in here, we need to add the name. So I'm going to say edit task. But also we need to add here the ID of the task. And we have the ID of the task because, yeah, here we have task. So let's add also the ID in here. And I'm going to say in an object, I'm going to add the ID and then say $task ID, okay? And then when we listen for this edit task, we're going to receive the ID as a argument. So let's save this, and we're going to listen that in the tasks for class in here. So let's create a method. I'm going to say method here, and you can name it what you like, but I'm going to name it edit task. And we're going to receive the ID because we're going to listen for that event here. So let's say hash on to listen for the event, and the event name is edit task. Okay, so let's open again here. So we dispatch edit task event and pass in the ID, and in the task form now we are going to listen for this, and here we receive that ID. And what I'm going to do in here, first I'm going to get the form. I'm going to say $task to be equal with task model, and use find or fail just in case. And then I'm going to open also the task form object. And what I'm going to do here, let's inject the task model. So let's say public, the same we saw in the Livewire, question mark, and say task .assign task. So we add here a question mark because this may be not exist. Import the model task. And then down there, we have to create the method to set a task. So let's say here, method set task, and here we're going to receive the task. So I'm going to say task.assign task, and then let's say this task to be equal with the task we have here. Also this title to be equal with the task title. Then this slug also, the description, the status, the deadline, and the priority. I think we are okay. And let's see. Yeah, we are okay. And if I save, now on the task form, we are listening for this on edit. We listen for the edit task, we get the task, and what I want to do is say $this form, not update task, but I'm going to say set the task, pass in the task here. Okay, we call the set task and pass in the task, and then we're going to assign this task to this one, and also the title, Slack description, and so on. Let's see. Let's open the browser and refresh. If I click here, as you can see, the title is updated. So let's click to this one. And yeah, and the status also is done, as you can see. But the deadline is not working because we need to say here, when it's on the deadline, we need to say format, and we need to format that like this: month and day. And if I save now and refresh, okay, let's say edit, and yeah, now also the deadline is showing here. Good. But when we submit, let's see what is going to. I'm going to open the tasks form blade, and when we submit, we are listening here. So on the form, we say wire submit. We are calling the save method in the tasks form component. So the save is going to say this validate and this form create task. And in the task form object, we have the create task, which is going to say auth user tasks create this all. But we don't need the create. We want to update. For that, what I'm going to do is, let's scroll up, and I'm going to add another public property. And here I'm going to say $, let's say edit mode, to be false by default. And then when we set the tasks, I'm going to say also $sign of this edit mode to be true. And now we can say also here, if that edit mode is true, we can say update and change also the form. But what I prefer is just work in this create task, and the form is going to remain as it is. Just in here, when we say create task, because on the tasks form we say save, and we call this form create task. Okay, this method. In here now, I'm going to check if we have that, if $sign of this edit mode is true. I'm not going to say auth user tasks create, but I'm going to say $sign of this task, because now this task is present. And I'm going to say update. Okay, and let's say $sign this all here. Good. Then let's say $sign of this, and I'm going to call reset to reset all of them. And then let's also cut this, copy this, not cut, the copy and paste it here, and say updated, not created. So task updated. Now if this is true, but if not, I'm going to say else here, and then create a new task. Okay, and also here I'm going to say reset to reset all of them, and let's save. Let's go to tasks form, and here we say this validate, this create task, and dispatch the task created. And here we don't need this title. Also, we don't need this form reset, because we call in here. So we dispatch this task created, which we listen in the tasks list. And what we done here, we just unset this task by status. Okay, I think we are good. Let's come here and refresh. Let's say I want to edit this one. and I'm going to say edited or updated. Let's say submit. Yeah, we have edited here, but we have your task created. And why we have that? So let's open the tasks form and let's scroll up when we display that. Yeah, here. We hard-coded the task created, but we need to display the message here. So let's say instead of something like this, we can say session. Success. Okay, let's save and let's come here and refresh again. And I'm going to edit this one and let's say just task updated. And I'm going to update. This is started now. Here we have only one started, as you can see. I'm going to say this step done. And the date is going to be today. And let's say submit. Now task updated successfully. Now we have 2 done and we have also here task updated and the date is today. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how to edit the task. So let's try also this one and let's say just test updated. We can also say test updated here and the description. I'm going to copy and just paste it here and let's make this started. Now we don't have started, as you can see. Also the date is going to be today and let's say submit. And yeah, we have test updated and now we have one started, one in progress and one done. Also the date updated and the description. So that's it all about this video friends. Now I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget, if you liked such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video I'm going to add a delete button to complete our CRUD for tasks. So we have create, edit and delete, and also we are showing here as a card. I'm going to add the delete right here after the edit. So let's open and we need to open the task list. So come here and say task dash list. Yeah, this one. And first of all, I'm going to remove this if true check. This is for a previous example. So remove that and save. And now let's see in here we have the primary button for the edit, and I'm going to cut or copy this, and paste down there, change the edit to be delete. And let's save, come here. Yeah, here's how it's going to look. We need to change the BG to be red, and also the edit, let's change also for the edit. So let's add BG, we need to add the class first, and say BG green 500, and on hover we're going to change that to be BG green 700. Now on the delete we're going to do the same but with red. Okay, paste that in and change the green to be red here, and let's save and let's see now. Yeah, we have something like this. Hover good. Now when we delete, I don't want to dispatch. I want to trigger a action in the task list class. So I'm going to call an action, and I'm going to name that action delete, and we're going to pass the delete the task ID here. So let's say task ID, and not percentage but $, task ID, like this. Now let's open the class and create this delete method there. So task list class, and after this change status, let's create a new method with a name delete, and this delete is going to receive the ID as a property, and here we're going to say $task to be equal with the task find ID, and then delete that. So let's say task delete, and let's save. Let's come here and refresh, and let's see we have 4 tasks for this one, and let's say delete, and yeah, it's deleted as you can see. Let's delete also this one. Good. Now in many cases, in many websites, you can see when we delete, we have pop up here to confirm the deletion. So for that, we can do the same in Livewire, very easy, just by adding wire confirm. Confirm like this. And then you can say, are you sure you want to delete this task? Now if I save and come here, let's say delete. Now we have this, are you sure you want to delete this task? Cancel, nothing. If I click again and say okay, it's deleted. Okay friends, one more thing I want to do is let's go to task list, and instead of $ID and find ID here, we can use directly the model. So we can say task $task and remove now this one here, and just say task deleted. Okay, and now it's more simple. Just let's come here and refresh and say delete, cancel, delete, click OK, and now is deleted. But as you can see, this is remaining one, so we need to update also the component of count component, and we get the tasks from here, from the task list we get. So we have tasks by status, and we say here persisted to true, and what we need is, we have learned that we need to say onset $this, and the method name is tasks by status. Okay, this is a computed property, and we say persisted true, and now we say $this tasks by status like this, and let's say, now let's try. Let's come here and refresh first. Okay, let's create 2 more tasks, and yeah, we have 2 done here. Now let's click delete. Okay, as you can see, now we have only 1, and if I click also this one, let's say delete, and now it's updated. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like such videos, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, and share with your friends. All the best, and see you in the next one. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video I want to show you how we can work with keyboard shortcuts. If you go to actions, and here we have listen for specific keys, so you can use one of Livewire's convenient aliases to narrow down key press event listeners to a specific key or combination of keys. And for example, here we have an example to perform a search when a user hits enter after typing into a search box. You can use the wire key down enter, for example. Okay, so in the input we say wire key down enter, and we pass here a method name. So let's do that. Let's copy this, and in our project we have a search input, and let's open the search blade, and in the input I'm going to paste that. So a wire key down enter search post. Just we don't have this, but I'm going to create. So let's save, and let's open the method. So it's the search class, and here create the method with that name. And what I'm going to do for now, just dump and saying okay here. Let's save. Now let's go to blade, and just if we hit enter, we are going to call this search post, which is going to dump okay. Let's come here and refresh. Let's go to input and hit enter, and we have okay here. Good. You can use also a combination of keys, so shift enter, for example. Let's copy, and instead of just enter, we can do shift enter. save, and come here and say Shift Enter. We have OK. But if we are outside of the input and say Shift Enter, nothing is going to happen. But if you want to happen that, we need to call on the window. So if we scroll down here, we have below is a list of all the available key modifiers for Livewire: Shift, Enter, Space, Control, Command, Meta, and so on. And also we have event handler modifiers. So Livewire also includes helpful modifiers to make common event handling tasks trivial. So we have a wire key down dot prevent, or we have dot stop and dot window. Now, if we use this dot window, it's going to listen for event on the window object. So on the window object, let's use that. In the search blade, we say Shift Enter, and then let's add dot window and hit save. Now just hit Shift Enter and we are calling this method. Okay, good. But if you scroll down and for example in many websites, if we click Command K, it's going to navigate the search, or just slash. In most cases, navigate the search input. The same we have also with Livewire. So if I hit slash, we navigate with the input and just type something to search. Okay, or we can say Command K, the same thing. And that's what I want to do in this video in our project. So let's scroll down and see. And I'm going to do that with Alpine.js. So because wire colon uses the Alpine's X-on directive under the hood, these modifiers are made available to you by Alpine. And let's go to Alpine events documentation. And here we have listening for simple events or listening for specific keys. And for example, key up enter is going to listen for that one, or key up shift enter, and prevent in the default. Also here we have some in.prevent and so on. Let's come here and instead of wire key down, we can say add key down, and I'm going to say shift or just enter window. And now let's create this search post, not in the here. I'm going to remove from here, save, close. I'm going to initialize the Alpine in this div, in the parent div. So let's say x data to be able, and here I'm going to create that method. So search post, let's copy this and paste it here, and we need to receive an event here on enter key down. Okay, and let's say I'm going to say just console.log passing the event. Okay, let's save. Let's see on the browser now. Come here and refresh. I'm going to inspect the element, go to console, and now we need to hit the enter key. And as you can see here, we have the keyboard event and the code is enter, as you can see. Now, if I change that to say slash and save, okay, and let's say slash here, yeah, we have a keyboard event and we have the code, which is slash, the key is down there, and we have also the key code, which is 191. And what I want, instead of just saying console log, I'm going to add an ID in here. So let's say ID, not if, but ID, and let's say search search input. Okay, and let's copy this search input, and I'm going to say document get element by ID and paste that search input here. And then in this element, I'm going to call the focus method. Good. Now let's save and let's see. If we type slash on the window object, we are going to call this search post, and here we say search post. We're passing the event here and say document get element by ID search input, which we added here the ID and dot focus, and also I'm going to say event dot prevent default and save and refresh. Click outside here and just type slash, and as you can see we navigate in here and refresh again. And I think we have some data here, and let's search for this $. So I'm going to hit slash and search for this one. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with shortcuts. We click the slash and it's focused the input here to search for something we want. Okay, so on the window object we just click slash and we are focused on the input to search for something. Now if you go to Laravel documentation, you can see here we have a search. This is not an input. If I click, it's going to open a modal to search, which is powered by Algolia. And I want to do something similar in our project. So let's close this, and in the project here I want to make this a button, and when we click open a modal, and there we have input to search for what we want. For that I have opened the Tailwind UI here, and we have an example of a modal which is free. It's require.js, as you can see here, and I'm going to use this one. First, let's open the VS Code and modify this to make a button. Okay, I'm going to open the search blade. And here, let's add first a parent div. And in this parent div, I'm going to add a button. Type is going to be button and add some classes here. And also I'm going to add SVG and a span to say search. So just to save some time, I have pasted the classes here, an SVG and a span with class PR6 and say search. Now here is the button, and also let's move the logic. I'm going to cut this and move it inside the parent div. And yeah, we need to, I'm going to comment this. Leave only the button just to see how it's going to look. So open here, and yeah, it's looking like this. Now when we click, I want to open a modal which I'm going to copy from the Tailwind UI, and this one is free, but you have more than this one. So I'm going to copy this and come here. After the button, I'm going to use the Livewire's teleport. So I'm going to say teleport, and so this is going to move the modal at the end of the body, and also we need to end the teleport like this, and let's save. Right now if I open the project, the modal is going to show, as you can see, but we want to show this only if we click to the button here, to the search. So for that, what we can do in the parent div here, and I'm going to remove this one just to save some time. I'm not going to add easy on duration and so on, but you can do that based on the state. It's very easy. So let's go up here on the parent. I'm going to initialize the Alpine.js x data to be equal with, and here I'm going to add an object, and I'm going to create a state show modal, and this show modal state is going to be false by default. Okay, now based on this property here, or state, what you can call it, I want to show and hide the modal. So in this parent div of the modal, I'm going to say x show to be equal with the show modal state or property. I'll save that, come here, as you can see, it's not showing. Now, when we click here, I want to change the show modal to true, and then it's going to show the modal. So here is the button, and we can use the on-click event. And when we click, I'm going to say show modal to be able to true. So we change the state to true, and then if I click, it's going to show. When we click outside, also I'm going to remove the buttons. I don't want to cancel from the button. I just want to cancel with a click outside of the modal. So let's remove buttons where, yeah, here we have buttons. Click here, and when we click outside, I want to close the modal. If we click here, nothing is going to change. So for that, what we can do is, let's see where we have, yeah, here we have the BG white, which means this modal, this div. I'm going to add here on click event, and I'm going to use the modifier outside when we click, which means when we click outside of this div. And what we want is to change the state from show modal to true to be show modal false. Okay, so when we click outside, I'm going to say show modal to false. And let's refresh. If I click outside, close. If I click inside, nothing is going to change. Very good. Just now, I don't want this to be in the center. I want to be up here, the same we have in the Laravel, and also I want to pass there not this text but the input to search for what we want. So first, let's say here we have a flex min h full. I'm going to remove this one, also the items end, and text center and small items center. And just see now, if I save this, click, yeah, we have up here. Very good. Now let's remove what we have inside this div with a BG white. So I'm going to remove this and paste the logic here, the search. So I'm going first on comment, cut, and paste it here. Save to indent this. I want to remove now also the relative class in the div here. Also the width is not going to be 96 and also max width large. I'm going to see to make a width full, because right now, so if I leave it like this and see, yeah, we have the input, but I want to be full width. So for that, I'm going to say fulls here to take the full width, and let's see now. Yeah, now it's okay. If we type for something, let's try again why we have that. So yeah, it's not going to show because I removed the relative class, and when here we have absolute. So we need to remove also the absolute from here. And now let's try. As you can see, here's the result. And if we type something here, yeah, we have the results here. Okay. Now I'm going to remove the search and let's click. As you can see, we need to go here on the input and click and then type for something. What I want is, if I open the modal, I want this to be focus. For that, if you go to Alpine.js, and down there we have plugins and we have focus here. And I'm going to install this via CDN. I'm going to add this via CDN, so copy that and open we need to open the app blade in the layouts. And here I'm going to paste that one. So I'm going to add the Alpine.js focus plugin. save, close this. And with that, what we can do is we just can say xtrap and pass the state. So copy that and paste it in the, when you show the model, paste that one, and the xtrap is going to be on the show model state or property. Now you can see if I refresh and open the model, the input is focus and we just can type for something. And that's it. Okay, but always has some but, is what I want is open also with the keyboard shortcut, not just go by going here. Okay, so what we can do is we worked in the previous video with shortcuts, and here we have an example. So let's copy this one, and instead of passing in on the input, I want to add this on the button here, and maybe at the end of the button like this. Okay, so I added here, but we don't have this method search post, and I'm going to change this from search post to say handle k down, and we need to create now the method here. So let's click copy, and here we have the x data. After the property here, I'm going to create a method which is going to receive the event and what we want to do in here. So let's say first indent here. What we want to do is to change the show model state to true, and we can access the show model by saying this dot show model to be equal with true. And let's see, and if I type slash, yeah, it's going to open. We can click and type something. Okay, click outside, slash again. Yeah, yes, but if I want to also close with a shortcut, keyboard shortcut, for example with escape, right now it's not possible. It's possible only with if I click here. And what we can do also is to come here and listen for another keyboard shortcut. So we can say, for example, k down, not slash, but escape. And for example, here I'm going to say handle escape k down, or handle escape only, what you like. I'm going to copy, and here let's create that one, which this one, what is going to do is going to change from true to false. And let's say slash, type something. So okay, now if I click escape, it's not working because we need to say false here. Okay, my bad. So slash, type something, escape, close, slash. But as you can see, when we escape, the search is remaining here. What I want is also to clean the search. So let's open the search class. And here we have the property, public property search, which is initially is an empty string. Also, when I close the model, I want that property to be an empty string. And how we can access from Alpine to Livewire. So how we can access from Alpine the Livewire property is by saying $wire dot and the name of the property, which is in this case is search. And I'm going to say this one is going to be an empty string. Let's save, come here. Right now I'm going to remove manually. And let's open with a keyboard shortcut, slash, type something, for example, here. Okay, now if I click escape, as you can see, we have only tasks, so the search is empty. Let's click slash again, not here, slash, and here's a slash, and type something, escape, good, slash, type something, escape, Good. Type something here. Escape. Very good. I think we are okay. So let's open also with a button. Yeah. Type something. Escape. Good. Now here we have handle key down slash window or key down escape window, but we can just say key down window. And here we have an event, as you can see. We remove now this one, and instead of having two methods, we can have only this one and check if the event code is, for example, the show is slash, and here is the event code for escape for the slash is 91. So what we can say here is here, if the event key code is double 191, which is for the slash, I'm going to say this model to be true, or if the event key code is 27, which is escape, what we want is to say this model false. So copy and paste, change this to be false, and also we need to say $wire dot search to be equal with an empty string. And let's save. Let's come here, refresh, and let's say slash. Okay, type something here. Very good. Now if I click escape 1, escape 2 is going to close and also clean that one. That's it all about this video, friends, how to add a model and how to make a beautiful search here. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, Tony here. This video is going to be the last one about this tutorial, so the Livewire version 3. So let's go and register what we have done so far. We have the images, so we can upload an image. When we upload the image, it's going to preview first, and then we can upload, and also we can download the image. Okay, then we have tasks. First of all, here I don't want to have this if we don't have any tasks, and also if we don't have any tasks, I want to show a heading here. So for example, no tasks. For that, let's open the tasks list blade. And yeah, here, before we render this, I'm going to check if we have this tasks status and we have a count to be greater than 0, then I'm going to render. Otherwise, it's not going to show. And the same thing I'm going to do for tasks. So let's copy this and say if these tasks count to be greater than 0, I'm going to show them. Otherwise, so let's say else here, I'm going to let's copy this just to save time and say and if here, the close the end if, and here I'm going to display a h1 with some classes. So let's say class to be text to Excel, and also text, let's give it a semi-bold, and also a color text indigo 500. And I'm going to say no tasks. Okay, now let's save and let's see. Let's come here and refresh. Yeah, we have no tasks and we don't have that div. Now let's go and create a task. So let's create a task. One, okay, another one, and let's create another one. Good, so we can create a task, we can delete a task, and before we delete, we have this pop-up. Are you sure you want to delete this task? We can cancel, or we can proceed and delete that. We can edit a task, so let's edit, let's say from started, the status to changed in progress, and let's change the deadline today. I'm going to submit, and tasks updated successfully, and also updated here. One more thing I want to do is if I click edit, and for example, I change my mind and I want to create a new one, right now we just need to refresh, and then we can create. So instead of refreshing with mouse or with command R, I want to have a button here to refresh only this component. So let's close this, and let's open the tasks for blade, and here when we have the submit, I'm going to copy and duplicate this button to have a refresh button. Okay, so let's copy this and duplicate. I don't need loading here. Let's remove, just let's say refresh or something like this, what you like. Type is going to be button, and what I want is to say wire click, and because we are in the task form component, but when we add the edit, that is going to populate the tasks properties in the form. I'm going to create a method here. So when we click on this button, I'm going to create a method and say refresh. And let's create now this method in the tasks form component class. Save this first. And let's open the tasks form, not task form object, because this is extending a form, but the tasks form which extends the component. Okay, make sure with that, and let's create that method. So I'm going to create right here a new method and say refresh. And what this is going to do is just going to say $this form, and I want to reset everything of that form. And let's save. So here we have, now we need to somehow fix this to say flex and space x of 3 or 4, let's say 6 maybe. Save, come here and refresh. Okay, maybe let's set of space 6, I'm going to say justify between, and I'm going to change the color for this one from indigo. I'm going to say slate, and not slate 500, but from 200 and on over 300. Not like this, maybe 4 and 5 here. Yeah, something like this. So now if I click edit, okay, I want to refresh, and we can refresh, and now we can create a new one, submit, and yeah, it's created new one. Okay, one more thing here is now when I change the status right here, so let's say I want to make this started, it's changed, but here is not updating, so we need to refresh, and we need to fix also that one. So let's close and let's open the tasks list. So what we have done is to change the status, and when you change the status, I want to unset this tasks by status. Okay, and let's save, come here and refresh. Okay, now we have 111, and I want to make this in progress also. So we have done, but I want to make in progress, and as you can see, updated immediately. Okay friends, that's it all about this tutorial and this video. If you like such tutorials and such videos, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much.